Yes. Yeah. For the city, Foghat, with the guest DJ. Anyway, good morning, everybody. What a wild and crazy morning we're having here already with NVIDIA. It's going to be our moneymaker. Well, we can't do any options until 9:30, so here we are, just waking up. And here I am. Okay, let me get those contracts up so we know what we're doing when the market opens up. I wish everybody a happy, what is today anyway? Happy Wednesday. Wow. It's hump day. Okay. That is a good thing. All right. Let me just put a few of these things in here. Let's see. We got 5075. 5075 on SPX for the call today. And we got 5080. And then the SPY itself is 511. I have to raise everything up. 511 and 510. 510 on the put. That's today's date of the 6th. Next, we're going to get NVIDIA here. NVIDIA. No Rambo today. The NVIDIA, we've got 882.50. Amazing how overnight these things have just jumped so high. 25. 882.50. 880. Okay, who's cracking in the background? Let's change that. That's probably Dextro. Off. And then for me, not that anybody here is writing to me, a tag message. Okay. What else do I got here? That's 880 on the put for NVIDIA. Next, we're going to do AMD, which is what? Is 215 and 210 on the put. That really went up too. That's still climbing. 210. It's another good stock to keep your eye on long term. Tesla, we have 180. Went down a little bit. Trying to keep up with the rest of the world right now. And 177.50. Bingo. And the last one we have is Meta, which is just at the cusp here. I'm going to put it at 500. 500. And then that would be 495. All right. And that would be the Friday the 8th. There you go. There's the contracts. Hopefully, it'll be about the same when the bell rings. Do that. Sirius XM in the morning. You can play any station you want, but really we can't because unfortunately they will give me a strike. So I just lose the video. That's what happens. Alrighty. Nice way to start the morning off with your Cheerios. Get some coffee in me. We got 15 minutes till the bell. I'm in a little early today. Deck's gone in Utah. Deck the Utah man. All right. Yeah. Right. Keep an eye on Tesla today. We'll see if we get that thing above the VWAP. Had a very negative day yesterday. Across the line. Okay, so we're gonna put this up at about 179. Let's put it 20. 179.20. And this would be 177.95. There's $1.25. Go right there. And we'll see what Tesla does. VWAP would be your alert for 179.45. Yeah, we just came short and it stopped. Look at that. How it just ran up, ran up, ran up. What do you think it's going to do at the opening of the bell? I think it's going to drop. But let's see. We could get fooled. Be very careful at the bell. But I like to wait. It's better to have patience. There's enough hits that you can get during the day that you don't have to be a hero right off the bat. Because you can be a hero or you can be a zero. All right, that's up to you. Let's try to make you a hero today. Okay. Wake up already. I'm dropping things. Oh, wow. I am dropping things. I needed a half hour more sleep. Okay, and watching on the top here. Let's see what we got. All right, we got that. I'm going to bring this down to the VWAP here at 495.65. 95.65. 196. 196.65. 196. There. And here, see what we got here. 211 here. And then 210 here. 210 on. Okay, I want to go to 50 cents. Nice. This is like a MACD on steroids. This is the this is a Squeeze Pro. For some of you don't know, if you have Thinkorswim, this is a fantastic program. It's like the MACD on steroids, and if you learn what all these dots and lines and what they mean, there's a whole color coordination on online that you can get. I used to distribute the program for $100. You can own that, and you can have the Squeeze Pro. What do you call that? The Scalper Alert Pro. Okay. Listen, it's just went up, 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 up. Look at that. From here at 870, went up $11 and doesn't move. It doesn't move. Look at it. Came back a little. That's why I think we're going to see a pullback right at the start, and then it's going to go up again. I have an upper target, ultimate target at 885 today. I think that's where I think traders will try to push this up to. Okay. That's good. Shout out to anybody who might be over in 7 people in YouTube. Just a shout out to you guys. You're the one. Anyway, okay, that's too bright. I gotta get off that page. All right. I'm hot and I got the chills. I must be getting sick. My wife just got better. Oh man. Coffee. All right. What do we got going here? Let me pull up watch list. We got 10 minutes, 9 minutes before the actual. Got it. Where's my watch list? Right here. Okay. It's in here. Volume to the top. Get rid of this. We're gonna we'll keep an eye on Donald Trump. He's doing really well. His stock should be coming back up. So how much money he raises. AI, we'll leave that alone. Let's see what I got going in here. I'm looking at benzinga.com for the pre-market, and I'll see what they're showing. All right. Let's see what we got. Something wrong. There we go. That's better. APM. We got APM. APM. we have AISP, that's already in there. NKGN. NKGN. We've got meds. We've got IFBD. IFBD. Then later we'll get rid of the ones that don't go anywhere. BD, EBA. It's right on the cusp. I don't usually do penny stocks, but this one here, if it gets over $1, could run. EBA, it's NVIBA is the name of the company. Then we got CELZ. And I think that might do it for right now. You have to keep an eye on some of the others. We got Hippo. Anything under 25%, I'm looking at. Hippo, STRC, average volume, CRWD. If it tells me anything about this stuff. Here we go. 40. Recent news. That's not bad. More. Okay. All right. For right now, if anybody wants to look these stocks up, on the top here, find out what the float is. So a couple of them already dropped, so they're not going to be any good. Let's see. Fun is still in there. Got over 1 million shares already. EVA. I don't think anything's happening with EVA. Get rid of it. Meds. All right, we'll see what happens after the bell. Then I'll get rid of you. Okay. This. Look at that. 882. I'm 4 cents away for another hit here. See what happens. All right. 5 minutes from the bell. Mm-mm. All right. We also know that a lot of things are gonna. I would wait before doing any trading until we hear Jerome Powell and what he has to say. So there's gonna be a lot of speculation, a lot of up and down, up and down. I gotta get something in my hand. Okay, had to put a light cane patch on my left hand from playing guitar. I have a big knot in my. Oh my god, this is painful. There we go. Got another hit there on video. I was gonna say 82.50 next, but it already hit there. But I got this one here at 882 right there. So that's this morning. I've been already calling them. So the next one up is 75. 882, 75. That would be the next step up. Right there. So let's see what happens. And let's see. See, I told you VWAP on that one, and it already hit the VWAP and a little above. That's a good sign for Tesla. But we'll see what the pullback is. Bell 27. Okay, so what do we have here right now? Give me a second. Um, bells. What the heck is it? There it is. Bells. 6, 7. 2-minute warning. All right. Getting ready for the day. Like I said, be very careful today until Powell speaks. If you don't, there's a chance you're going to win a lot of money or lose a lot of money. Patience. Must have patience. Fixing my top. Okay. We have now just about 1 minute. By the time you hear this, 1 minute. Banana is done. 1 minute. There's your pullback, just starting right to the 13 exponential, right here. 30 seconds to the bell. 30 seconds. Are we ready? And the race is off. Let's see what happens now. Okay, we're all set. I did for here what I usually do for next room. Wow, wow, that was unexpected. Look at Tesla. Wow, Tesla's on the move. 182. Looking for 182. Oh, see, couldn't get it. It didn't have enough in it. So we got about 180, 150 push out of that. And I will save the right there the VWAP for right now. 179. We have 180, 180, 150. Let's see, what did we have? We had 180, 150. Let's just split down to 180. See if we can hold that 180 mark. Can we hold that 180 right there? Not really. No good. So it's down to the 13 exponential. Right about there. Wow, cannot hold. 179 back all the way down. 182.60. We'll see where that thing can go. Gotta let it settle. It's gonna go crazy. Yeah. Pull back all the ways to 876. Yeah. Look at all the ways down here. Just like yesterday, it went nuts. Speculation. Look at the SPY. The SPY is speculating good things. 610, 510.75. Let's put 80 in there. I want to see how far we can push this. We're looking 511. Looking for 511 on the SPY. Looking for 511. That would be the upper target right there. So we'll put an upper target in there for right now. We'll see. This could be all she wrote. They can come all the way flying down. Just don't know at this point. On the right. Boom. Okay. There's my upper target. You just can't see the price. It is 511. There you go. 5, 10, 45, 45. Here is 5, 10, 80, and a little lower. Right there. 5, 10, 35. Perfect. That gives you about 60, a little less than 65 cents. Yeah, less. Right now, it's a very tight, very tight channel for the SPY. So let's see what it does here. Look at this pullback all the way to here. Support about 874 at the lower support. Well, it's still back here. All this back up again. And that's why when it got down here, you had about an 875 on the put. Down here, 874.60, but it was 875. Now you're up to 880 on the call. No matter what I put on the board, it's about 880 right now. Let's see. What did I put in there? 882 because it was so high. Let's see what we got. All right. The SPY, we got 511, 510. That's correct. We've got, oh, I can't see it. Here we go. 22. Let's put 18, 14, and 18. Don't put so many in there. 18. Okay, so we got 5110. 5110 on the put. 51. Wow, that really went up on the SPY. 5110. That's 5115 on the call. Today's date, 3/6. NVIDIA, we've got 880 instead of 882.50. 880 and then 875. Next one, AMD. See what it did. Actually, it's 15 to 10. It's just where it belongs. 15 to 10. It went up to 212.95 higher day. I have to check that one, make sure I've got the right thing. Tesla is 180, 177.50, still correct. And Meta is it's a little more than 500. So let's put 505 in there. 505. And we're right at 500. I'm going to leave the 495. All right. So we just added the money on the put. 878, 875, 67. Yeah, I'm fine here. 877, 879. Start to push again. So you want that 880, 80. See, we're back up to that 885. So the minute I put that lower one, we're back to the higher. So you got, when it goes below, you're going to have NVIDIA, NVDA, at call at 885. And put would be 880 when that happens. And it goes over. So just to say now we're below again. So you got that, now it's correct. But that's what happens when it goes over 880. I told you it's going to be a lot of speculation right now. Gotta take this hat off. It's hot here. Whew, real hot. Can't take the heat right now. Get out of the fire. My eyes on fire. Okay, what do we got here? Tesla pull back to 178.75. 178. Okay, 178.75, which is going to bring us now to 78, 179. $179. There's, oops, that's not right. What did I do wrong? 180. Should be 180. 180. Boom, right there. That's perfect. Okay. Cannot believe NVIDIA. You got to be very careful. It's going up and down, up and down. That's why usually I don't trade it. I mean, you got to be very quick. If you can be quick enough and you have a big enough account, you can make a lot of money. A lot of money. Look at this one. Just want to, can't even show you. Meta is up to 501.75 on the top, and Here at 509.85. See if we can hold that mark right there. I'll bring the top down after. We never hit the high, 511. Here, I'm going to leave this for a second. Let me go into Meta real quick. You can see here, 199 is 500. So that puts us about right over 9, 8. Let's put this at 500. But right now, we're going to bring this to, well, right over there, 198.50. See if we can hold that area. I put $1.50 in it for right now, which is more than I usually do. But until we find out what it's really doing, a lot of these stocks are going crazy right now. So here we go. That's just there. That's about 212.25. That's on AMD, and then here we got 211.25. Put it in. Let's just put it to 211 for right now, and we'll come back to that after. That's right there on the bottom there. Okay. There's your 213. Well, hit 213, but there's 212.70. So this thing's going to fly today. 212. Let's put this back. I think we're higher. Let's see. Let's put it right there. Yeah, there it goes. 212.75 is where I want this. And then the bottom will come up a little bit also to the VWAP. Right about between the VWAP and the 13 exponential. Just make it 55. There you go. Make it back to the other stuff. Pretty hard when you're doing 5 stocks. All right. There's your pullback on Tesla. We got it 178. SPY is dropping. So SPY dropping here. For those watching the SPY at about 509. Let's say 75. Will put us right on the bottom of the candles themselves. Okay? Right at the depth of the candles. And here we're going to bring this down to 13 exponential and the VWAP at the same place. So what do we got? 5, 10, 25. We'll see how that works out in a second. Okay. Here, what do we got? Still above 877. I think your VWAP's there at 877.80. 877. Let's just move it up to 75. Right there. 77 is 879. That's where we are. 879. 79.75. And right about right there. There's our. And we did hit, see the 882.75? That was a hit, by the way. You can see it right here. It hit right there. So I'm going to take credit for that one since I called it. Boom, boom. Right there. Come on. That one did hit. And we're going to bring it back down now, back to 880, because that would be our target at this point. Our upper target would be 880. Oh, shoot. And that would be the actual, call, 880 call. Boom, right there. Very close to where we're at. 80, 82. I meant, what did I say? It should have been 82. 82, which hit anyway. I couldn't get it in fast enough. 882, 882. And we'll just go for 50. But the 882 was a hit. I called it. I just put the wrong number in. 882.50 would be the next one, and the 880 there, 882 here was a hit. And there's another hit right there. Doesn't matter, they all hit. Boom. Look at this thing. I told you it would come back up. Look at this craziness here. Look at this craziness. Back to 883. $883. Doing two of them, it takes twice as long to get there. There it is, 883. Bam, another hit. And there's my 885, which very, very well could be the hit. Also, headed to work soon, but watch FCR. Yeah, 1250, buddy. 1250. Today, right now, that is crazy. This is crazy. Just a real quick look at SMCI, because he's got to go. SMCI, look at this. Yep, 1200 today. Boom. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Come on. Put it back. Put it in. Should go. There we go. All right. Look at that. 1170 today. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it. For Grambo. My only moderator. Who works part-time. And 20. 5. Leave it at the 20. It's down to 178. Okay, so we got 178 here and 179. So 178, 78. This is going to be 179. Tesla's pulling back. Remember, we got John Powell speaking today. I'll bring this down another quarter. Is 775. Always put that $1.25 in there. That's perfect. Okay, there's that one. Look at this. Boom. There's my 885. You see that? I put that early this morning, and there's my hit. And it just takes patience. If you know and you can follow, and you can see destination, you'll know where it's going to go. That's just it. It's just all about reading the actual charts. Okay. Let's see what we got going in here. That was outrageous. What a good call, huh? Look at that, 886 already. So 887, next one, 887. That's going to be the ultimate. 890 will be the ultimate today. There's the 887 right there. Bingo. Where there's another one right there. You got 887. Let's look for 8. I'm telling you, 890 is going to be the ultimate today. Let's see if we can get up to there. I'll have to change the actual chart. 890. Hold on a second. I only changed it one place. There we go. And every dollar thereof. 890 will be the call. It's up there, you see? All right, let's get rid of this for a second. Boom, boom. All right, there we go. And target now will be 888. Look at this thing roll. Wow. 888. Or 887, 886.75. We hit 887.50. Sorry, so the next one's 75. There it is. Bam. Bam, folks. Told you. I'm telling you, we're going for the big one today. But watch the drop after. Be ready. 888.50. Come on. 50. 45. 888.45. That's my number. 888.45. There's 25. There's 65. There's another hit right there. Boom. You should be making money with NVIDIA right now. You should be in an 890 call. 890 call. Come on, folks. You should be making money right now. Who's making money right now? Look at this. Look at that. 890. I called that 885 when it was down here, and it freaking hit. Just like I said it would. Because I'm the active trader. That's why. Learn how to read your charts. You can't understand, you can't know how important it is to learn how to read charts. See that? Everything's going good. And 178.25 becomes 178 on the bottom. What do we got? 170. 750. That's too low. What's going on here? 170. 170. Oh, that's right. 177 and 178.25. Should be 177. I'm going to see a low here of 176.75. 176.75. 15. 15. Oh, shoot. What happened? What happened? I lost everything for a second there. Wow. I don't know what happened there. I lost everything for a second. All right, I got you back. All right, so this should be 15, and the top should be 40. 40. There you go. I don't want it at the bottom. It still drops. Look at this. Wow. What do you think, folks? We're gonna see the 890. So you got 890 now. So for NVIDIA, NVDA, you got a call of 890, and you got a put of 885. Yeah, I put it on the board. Bam, right there. All right. changed from above. It's the only one that's really changed. Well, that's not true. Meta's changed. Meta is now went up to 503. So we've got on the top 503. I went up $3 for those watching Meta. 503. That's going to bring me to 5. Let's bring that up to right there. 3. I'm going to leave 575 till it catches up. And then AMD, look at that. 215 on, wow, 214.81, 215. Put it on 85. 214.85. And we'll put this at right below the 13 exponential at 213.20 for right now until it catches up. When I say catch up, it's when the 13 exponential catches up. Got to go up a little bit. That looks something like this. See, this should be a little higher up, but I got to leave it down here. I want it to be by the 13 exponential. It'll catch up, and then I'll move them up. Wow, look at this. Don't tell me we're going to be shy of this. 889.69, 31 cents short of 890. We're at 887, so that's 890 call, 885 put. You got on Tesla right now, 177 is a 175 put, and 170. I'm going to say a 180. Okay, I'm going to change that. I got 180, 177. That's fine. 177's at the money. 175 on the put is where I would go with Tesla. All right, 175 on the Tesla. I'll change those. What time is it? Stuff is changing fast. Okay, 510. There's an incorrection in there anyway. 510. What do we got? 510 on the bottom, 511. That's correct. Let me take a quick look at. We've got 5105, 5105, 05 on SPX, and 5110. And now we've got AMD. AMD. Yeah, that's not right. NVIDIA. I've got 890. That went up $10. 890 and 885. 885 on the put. We've got AMD is 215 top, 210 on the bottom put. We've got Tesla at 180 and 175 is where I wanted to put this one. 175.0. And then Meta. Those are Friday's contracts. And what do we got? Meta. Wow, that went up big time. 505 and now 500 instead of 495. 500. Okay, there's your contracts. We don't need the other ones, so let's take them all out. Boom, and take this out. Boom, and take this out. All right, so it looks like I didn't do anything, but I did. Okay, there you go. Don't want to see you get this here. So we got that one. We're down now to, let's see, resistance is 884. Look at this. Didn't even fix this. 884. 884. There we go. Bingo. So you got, let's go to 885. 885. And then 883 on the bottom. 883. 883. Right there. Like that. I'm coming back up again slowly. We're really down here, about 882.50. Yeah, see, it's coming down a little bit. Let's keep it down. 882.50. It's 882.50. Let's say. Tweak it out a little bit. 882.50, and you got 882.84.50. This thing can move. It can move dollars like it's nothing. $2-3 at a time. So be very careful because you can lose. Like I said, you can lose a lot of money on Nvidia, and you can make a ton of money on Nvidia. So if you got a big enough account, you can wait it out. It will come back up again. So if you go long and it goes down, I would say you can wait. But being that we don't know what they're going to say at 10:30 when Powell speaks, so to speak volumes to how much you make or lose. Okay, we've got a low on Tesla again at 176.80. I'm going to put that down there at 176.80. There was your bottom. 680. 177. 178. 78.05. 25. $1.25. There you go, right there. It's fine. Keep it here. Let's keep this. I like to steal those. I was calling them before in pre-market myself. Then here you can see this come down a little bit. 510.90. I'm gonna put this down to. I still like that target, but 510.75. Let's go 50. 510.50. Same thing here. Let's bring it down. Probably back to 510. 510.50. We had 511, 510.88, 510.50, 510.75. Let's see. Okay, it's all changed. Everything's changed. Look how low we're going now. I told you everything's going right back down. So now we're looking at 875 on a put and 880 on a call. Look at this. 880. So we're going to make this 879.50. 879.50. 881. Resistance right there. Might be a little higher. I like them by the there. So let's just make it 882. It's a little more than the $2, but the way this thing moves, it's I still think we may be coming down further, but let's see what happens. It could come down to here. They made all their money, even to about this area here, 870. I don't know if it'll go that low, but we got 878. It could come down as low as 875, 878, 878, 876, 877. That could be your low. But then I think it's going to come back up. I think everything will pull back. Powell will speak and everything will take off. What do you think? How does that sound? But everything's coming back on the top too. From AMD, everything. 212.50 support now. 212.50. 213.50 right there. 213.50. Perfect. Wow. And then this here on Meta came down to VWAP at 500 and let's just say 500. That puts it right on the VWAP. And then 501 is your resistance from 503. Now we've got that dollar in there. There you go. Perfect. One, that's good. What do we got? Nice. Nice. All right. We've had a lot of hits this morning. I haven't called anything on Tesla, but I'm sticking with the money right now, and I think Nvidia is the one. It used to be the SPY and SPX, but the SPY is not moving enough to move SPX enough. So though you could make, and it's moved $5 on the for SPX to maybe the less than the dollar that it's moved, you can make money on SPX. But I would think for about the same price, I would stick with the Nvidia. Let me just do something real quick. Here we go. Like this. Share. All right. Come on. Here we go. Gmail. Gmail. Hmm. Okay, real quick. Nice. All right. We're going to make some money today. I'm excited. Aren't you excited? All right, let's bring this down a little bit more. We're going to bring this down to about 878.25, maybe 35. Let's go to 35. 878.35. Oh, wow. As I did that, look at the drop. Down to, what did I tell you before? I said 877. It's already down to 876, and I was right. 875 is the number. We're going to see pullback. You can be on an 875 put right now. Let's say 875 put. We just went down as low as, for all intensive purposes, 877. That's what I called 877. It was 95, but 877. That cuts you 879 here. I'm going to activate it because I want to keep it right at the VWAP and the 10. It's 880.90, so it's a little higher. Make it 85. See what it's going to do. You got 875. What do I have in here? 890 and 865. That's not even right. Wow, that's all wrong. Oh, I went 5 more out of the dollars. Okay, that's fine. Let's do it one more time. Where's it going? Bam, 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 bam. Let's see, you got 510 on the SPY, 510, and you got 509. 509. Let's see if it changed. It should have changed. Here we go. 5105 on SPX. 50, it's still the same there. Okay, but NVIDIA, that's the one I want to change. Here we go. Okay. We've got on NVIDIA 875 on the put. 875 and 880. I'm going to just put those in for right now. Let me see. Let me just see. Check AMD. It's coming back down. Tesla. Tesla is 177.50 on the call. 177.50 and 175. And AMD is 215 and 210. Correct. And Meta is 500 now. 500. 500 and 495 again. 495. All right, I think that might do it right there. That might be close. Look at this. From here, imagine if you got in the put towards close to the top. That's why I say never go for that 890. You see that? Always come out shorter because that was a huge drop. Boom, right there. I can't tell you how many shares without going into here, just to give you an idea what that was. And that's a lot of a manipulation, truthfully. Let's see. See if I can look at the same. I don't know what time it was. Got plus. Okay, so here. That was 240,000 shares, right? 241, figure almost 242,000 shares. Here, 241 again. Here, 219. Here, you've got 300,000 shares. You know how much money you're talking about? I mean, go figure it out. You've got approximately, let's say the 250,000 shares, 3 times average of 880 before. 880 is $220 million. So over 200 million is probably one person, believe it or not. And that is total manipulation. That is fantastic to look at. That is total manipulation. 6, nice. All right. Bring this down a little bit because we are dropping. So we're looking at here an alert 509.45 right there. It's going to be the we got 509.45 right there. There you go. There's the hit. 509.45. And this we're going to bring now to, we're below the VWAP, just slightly below. We're going to leave this at 510. 510 is going to be the resistance. So our target now is 509.25. So what we'll do is this. I'm going to duplicate this, put it down to here. This, make it green. 9. let's say at the rate we're going, 509.25 will be the support. 509, I mean the target, 509.25. I'm just gonna put target. Boom, right there. Actually, where was this? Right there is 509.30. 30, make it 35. Write that lower VWAP plot right there, 509.35. Support here now is about 509. Very close, 50. Let's go 55. Yeah, perfect. And look at Tesla dropping some more. 175. I remember saying that before. 175. Going to be our target. If you take this, look to the right, 175.06. That is our target, is 175 on a put. $176.75, 176, and we have 175.50. What do we got here? 175. Let's just say 50. It's a little low. That's going to be our support and our target, 175.50 right now. And then probably after that, about 175. We really have about 65 here. Let's see if it's going to hold that. When I put this in, we'll see what happens. 65. 175. There it is. 175.50 is what we're looking for. And that would be a hit. 175.50. There it is. And that will make it. So there's your first hit at 175.50. And 175 will be the next target. Right there. We just got to change this to. Okay. Right there. And there's your 175.25. That was the other one. Right there. We had a hit here. And we're going to get that other one. Here. 2. Wow. I didn't put the 170. Let's see if I can get it open for a second. Got the wrong category. 175. I'll put it up here. That's, and that there could be a reverse there, so be very careful. 175. Who's hitting me? Can't get my phone open. I heard it. All right, there it is, right there. Boom. It's gonna hit right there. 175. We'll see if it can hold there or if it continues to go back up. Right now, everything's dropping. Everything. There's another hit on the spot right there. I didn't even call another one, but if I did, it would have been the bottom. I think I said it before. 509. Let's see what do we got here. 509. Already went past it. 508.75. 508.75 will be the next one. We may or may not go that low. We'll see. 8. This is 509. Support. Not even holding the support. Look at that. Look at this. Unbelievable. I told you, go back to the beginning. They'll take all their profit from this morning. Remember I said earlier? I said they'll probably go always back to 871, but I said I can't see it go that low. And there it is. There it is. 872.12, 872 would have been the hit right there. Right there. And here's the hit here. I cannot believe this. The whole market. Be very careful. I would, you can be in puts. It can go back up the other way just as quick. It can go up just as quick. All right, do this, do that. Wow, there's a hit right there. Put this at 174. There it is. There's the hit. 174, 173.75. 173.75. Oh. $174. right there. All right. I'm going to leave those there. Watch what happens later. Got to change all over again. Activate this. 580. 580, 45. 580, 45. 508, 45. 508, 45. 508, 75. 920. Perfect. Unbelievable. We don't really need an upper target as long as we're below the VWAP. I'm just going to make it the VWAP. So it's 509.95. That's why I made it 510. All right. Right now we're below the VWAP. That's your white bar right there. Right now, everything has come below the VWAP on everything. We've become real bullish, real bearish on the market. Same thing on top. I'm going to bring those down 460, let's say 496.45. Okay. On Meta, I'm going to leave it at the 498 resistance right at the 13 exponential. And then we have AMD. Oh my God, that comes down too. Let's say that puts you down to about 209.60. Let's say 70. Right where it's at now, it's actually 60. It's dropping even further. Exponentials 210.75. Okay, that's done. Let me make sure this is up to date. I do a quick refresh on the page. You'll lose it for a split second. There you go. Everything's fine. All right. One more time on these contracts. Can't keep them. They can't, they're moving so fast. And there's deck. That's probably for Powell. The brings you into YouTube. Powell reinforces position that the Fed is not ready to start cutting interest rates. Be on yet? I thought it was 10:30. Hold on. I don't hear it. Oh, it's hearing me. There you go. This should be better. It's not showing it live. I hit the page. It's not live. It comes on. 10 a.m. It says it's not live for me. Anybody have it live? Not live here. Let me try something else. I've got the volume on. Let me see the Fed chair. Here we go. Let me try from here. Watch live. March 26th, 10 a.m. It's 10:15. 4th, 5th, 6th. Watch live. The last conversation. Oh, I hate this lady. Evictions, foreclosures, homelessness. Millions of people. I can't stand her. Let me try this. Okay. Come on, I had it.
The fair and affordable housing agenda, the top priority.
This is the lady who told everybody to go beat people up in the streets.
Reintroduce 3 groundbreaking bills to address the housing crisis and bring down inflation once and for all.
Let's wait till Powell gets in. All right? Keep an eye on that.
This includes housing crisis.
I'll keep an eye on it from time to time. All right. Look how everything just settled in. Because they're waiting for Powell. He didn't speak yet, did he? 876.65. That's crazy. That was a hit right there. Right there. All right. One more time. If it comes back on, somebody can just let me know it's there, and I'll bring it back up. Can't watch the board at the same time. See what we got here now. We've got 509 and 508. I just have a feeling once he speaks, it's all going to change again. We've got on 595, 508 and 509 call on the SPY. We have now 5095. 5095. That's gone down quite a bit. $15, $10. 5095 on the put for SPX, and that would be 5100 on the call. That's for today's date. We've got NVIDIA at 875 and 880 is correct. We've got 210 and 209. Let's see, 210. It's going to be 205 on AMD put, and 210. 210 for the call on AMD. We've got on Tesla, we've got a 175. It's so close. I'm going to leave the 177.50 out of the money. Okay, it'll be 2 out of the money, and 175. You can do 172.50. I'm going to leave it slightly out of the money, a little further, but I think that'll work. It'll just be a little further out of the money, be a little bit cheaper. Meta, you've got it 500 and 495. Here's the contracts the way I see them at this moment. All right. Okay, who do we got here now?
Airport delay. Going back home last. Yeah. And the feeling I got kind of again is that things are fairly well recovered from COVID. We're in the range.
I don't need to hear all this stuff. That should bring what he just said, bring it up. Okay. I guess Fallon must have spoken. What do you call it? Oh, I can't see. All right. Let's put this back in here. There you go. Okay. All right, we're good. Anybody have any questions? Okay, it's coming back up, coming back up. I think what they say. View up, view up. 509. See, I left that 510 up there. We could go right back up there. 509. 75. 509. 75. And we got the hit right here too. We had that second hit, and then we went up. So that was rock bottom at 508.75. It's beautiful. We're above. We're still still below the VWAP. That's what I was going to say. 25. I'll leave the bottom, even though we hit it already anyway. All right, 510 on the top. Now it should be 509.90. I have 510. 509.90 would be the mark. 50, here it is. 509.90. A little bit right there at the VWAP itself. And then here, I won't need this ultimate. Well, ultimate is one thing. And this one here comes down a little bit to right there. 888. We're gonna just make it 88760. 88760. There'll be many before that, okay? But that's gonna be the for VWAP plot. And then of course the 890 would be the ultimate. That's really, it should say end of week. All right. I'm going to put that in there. End of day / week. So it can happen anytime up to Friday. Come on, get out of there. Dirt on there. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Come on. I don't know why that happened. W. Okay, say okay. There you go. I forgot that. Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. Let me just do this real quick. Oh, all right. Good. 720. Right. Everything's starting to come back up a little. $870. Not what it was. That's pretty good. 870, 875, 876. 76, 75. Keep the $2 in there. There you go. Perfect. Look at that. You get the top, you'll always have the bottom. Vice versa. Here. $170, 175.75. Resistance. Keep losing the channel. I don't know why. I'm not doing that. That's my internet. I don't know why it's doing that. I have too many things open, or I'm going to turn this off. Oh, there's Powell.
Is reflected by a broad
Sorry.
range of surveys, households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets.
You guys were supposed to tell me.
After significantly tightening the stance of monetary policy since early 2022, the FOMC has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate of 5.25% to 5.5% since its meeting last July. We've also continued to shrink our balance sheet at a brisk pace and in a predictable manner. A restrictive stance of monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. But the economic outlook is uncertain, and ongoing progress toward our 2% objective for inflation is not assured. Reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of progress we've seen in inflation, and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. Considering any adjustments to the target range for the policy rate, we will carefully assess the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect that it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-run inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Federal Reserve will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. And I should have noted this at the outset, but this is your 25th testimony before the U.S. Congress as chair of the Federal Reserve. And we thank you for your service and your commitment to congressional oversight. Very much appreciated. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for purposes of questions. Let's begin with what's top of mind. There are two issues that are top of mind with the Fed: regulatory policy, the Barr proposal, the Michael Barr proposal on capital, and interest rates. We're in a political year, and the lens of a political year falls heavily on all government, all parts of government. There's a lot of debate about the past 3 years of high inflation and impact on American families. And now that inflation is receding, there's been a great deal of speculation about when the Fed would cut rates. Some say that it's going to be a lot of rate cutting this year. Some say none. What say you?
I say that really it will depend on the path of the economy. Our focus is on maximum employment and price stability, and the incoming data as they affect the outlook, and those are the things we'll be looking at. I can go further if you'd like.
So at what point will the Fed be forced to cut rates? What does the data, what kind of data would you point to? And do you have any updates there?
What we've said is that the committee would like to see more data that confirm and make us more confident that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. We have some confidence of that. Inflation, headline inflation has moved down more than 3 full percentage points now to 2.4%, as I mentioned in my remarks. We want to see a little bit more data so that we can become confident, so that we can take that step of beginning to reduce policy rates. It's a very important step. We think because of the strength in the economy and the strength in the labor market and the progress we've made, we can approach that step carefully and thoughtfully and with greater confidence. And when we reach that confidence, the expectation is we will do so sometime this year. We can then begin dialing back the restriction on our policy.
Well, let's pivot to regulatory policy. Chair Powell, as you know, there have been serious concerns expressed on both sides of the aisle and across America and across industries about the Basel III endgame proposal that Vice Chair Michael Barr has proposed and that the Fed is taking up. The concern is on both process, meaning how the proposed rule was developed, analyzed, released for comment, the general concern of a lack of economic justification for these actions, but also on the substance. The proposal goes much further than the Basel III committee recommended on capital requirements, putting us at a great disadvantage internationally, potentially. So my first question is on substance. Is the Fed listening to these comments that have been nearly unanimous in opposition to this rule? Is the Fed listening to these comments on the impact the rule will have on everyday Americans? And what is the status on rulemaking, and what is the plan moving forward?
So you're right, we've received voluminous and very substantive comments, as well as the quantitative impact study that we put out. We got those responses in mid-January, and we're carefully analyzing them. We had asked for very specific, detailed, data-based comments, and I'm happy to say that we did get that. So we're just now reaching the stage where we can begin to make decisions about how to proceed. We really haven't made any decisions yet, but I think I can say a few things. First, we do hear the concerns, and I do expect that there will be broad material changes to the proposal. I'll add that I'm confident that the final product will be one that does have broad support, both the Fed and in the broader world. As far as process is concerned, we're really not at the stage of making decisions about that. That's down the road at least a bit. I will say the question we get is re-proposal. And I will say that we haven't made that decision, but if when we get to that point, that turns out to be the appropriate thing, we won't hesitate to do it.
You won't rule that out. You would not rule that out at this stage of the game, re-proposal.
Not at all. No, I think it's a very plausible option. It will depend on how things lie at the time when we reach that point.
Okay. And there's a lot of concern about the interplay between different parts of the rule. And if you change one, what does economic analysis look like for the new proposal? So it's good to hear that you will be methodical and the Fed will do its traditional role building consensus around substantive changes. And that is your intention.
That is right. I said this would be a thoughtful, deliberative process. It's more important that we get this right and that we do it fast. We understand that this is an important rulemaking, and it's going to have potential implications for the economy and the people we serve. We're going to take our time and do it right.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. The ranking member, Ms. Waters, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell,
Yeah.
I want to
Stand
talk
up.
about housing. But before I get there, let me address the issue of mergers. Last week, I led a letter along with 15 committee Democrats to you as well as DOJ,
God, she ugly.
OCC, and FDIC, expressing my strong concern about the lack of progress you have made in updating your bank merger
course.
review
You
procedures.
bitch.
This is critical now that we just learned of another mega merger involving Capital One and Discover, which would create the 6th largest U.S. commercial bank with a major role in the credit card market. For far too long, experts have raised alarm that there is a rubber stamping process of bank mergers where virtually all applications are approved. All the while, unbridled market consolidation poses great risk to consumers and entrepreneurs. What is the status of your updates to the merger review process? And does the Fed plan to convene public hearings on the Capital One and Discover merger?
I believe we're in regular contact with the Justice Department on what's going on with their review of merger practices.
You think?
We're looking at that and considering. I think on the potential merger with that you mentioned, we haven't received an application, so there's really not much to say yet. It's early days. When we do get that application, though, we're going to evaluate that merger as always under the factors laid out under the law, and that's our commitment.
So you do believe that your bank merger procedures are ready to do the work that's necessary when you evaluate this possible merger?
I do.
And are you supportive of organizing community hearings on this merger?
With Trump.
We haven't even, I haven't talked about that with anybody. I will say this, we've done that in many large mergers, but that's not a conversation we've had yet. We literally don't even have an application for merger.
Thank you. We'll stay in touch with you on that. So turning to the national affordable housing and homelessness crisis, where we've seen steady increases year after year in home prices and rent costs, which are a symptom of the chronic undersupply of affordable housing. Indeed, more renters and homeowners are now spending more of their income than ever on housing costs. And as you know, housing costs continue to be a primary driver of inflation. Do you think the Fed has sufficiently emphasized the role that housing costs play in keeping us from your 2% inflation goal? Do you think it's reasonable to believe that monetary policy can accomplish this goal without a fiscal policy response? And if you do, how long will it take to get there?
Housing services inflation is one of the 3 components that we look at that make up the core PCE index, and it has been coming down from its heights of a couple of years back. It's part of the story. I think the overall story is that goods price inflation has turned negative. Goods prices are actually coming down a bit.
A little bit.
Housing services inflation, you can see from currently entered into leases that as leases turn over, the increases are going to be smaller. So in our forecast, and everyone's forecast, housing services inflation comes down.
It's
And
been
that leads
reported
to
that the methodology used to assess housing costs as an indicator of inflation is imperfect. Namely, because it considers costs based on both new and old rent, including for owner-occupied housing on a month-to-month basis. This results in stale data since families' housing costs typically do not change unless they move or their lease is up for renewal. So to address these imperfections, the housing cost indicators, the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Cleveland Fed created an improved methodology based solely on new lease rents, which is referred to as new tenant repeat rent index. Has the Fed incorporated this new indicator into its economic assessment? If not, why not? If so, what changes has it had on the level of housing inflation observed by the Fed?
So we're
I
well
wonder who
aware
wrote
of
those
that, and we do
questions.
incorporate it into our thinking. As I was starting to mention, that is the reason, the fact that market rents are moving up at a much slower pace is the reason why forecasts are for housing service inflation to come down. That absolutely plays a role in our thinking.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Vice Chair, Mr. Barr I'm sorry,
Wrong vice chair.
wrong Vice Chair. The gentleman from Arkansas, the Vice Chair of the full committee, Mr. Hill is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to welcome you, Chairman Powell, to the committee. We're glad to have you back and for expertise. I want to pick up where Chairman McHenry left off on his conversation about Basel III Endgame. You made a good point saying you're not taking the whole concept of reproposal off the table as you review the analytics. And you will discuss the interactivity of that rule with other rules. So if you were to repropose the Basel III Endgame, would the Federal Reserve delay then the long-term debt proposal that's on the table? In other words, would you agree that the agency should not finalize this long-term debt proposal for bank holding companies until banks have a better understanding of what their capital obligations under Basel III Endgame might be?
We haven't made the first decision yet, so it's hard. I couldn't say definitively, but yeah, that's a question we'd be asking ourselves: is what would be the implication for other rules, including long-term debt?
Well, and is the Fed considering changes to the requirement for regional banks?
Changes, turn and face the
Right now, it's
strain.
stated to be issued
Changes.
at 6% of risk-weighted assets. In abundance of caution, in case there needs to be a resolution, obviously, we know the logic for it. But as I understand it, it's being required at both the holding company level and down at the bank level. And that seems redundant to me. Are you aware of that? And have you considered changing that in your discussions?
Yeah, so that's another area where the comment period ended a little while back. And so once again, we're in the process of evaluating the comments. There will be a thoughtful, deliberative process around that. We welcome comments on these kinds of things and very important implications for the banks that are affected. We want to understand the effects, make sure we understand them correctly so that we can evaluate, what a final rule should look like.
Good. Let me turn to
Somebody did
the
join
monetary
today. Thank you.
policy outlook. As the chairman noted, consumer prices are 17% higher for American households since President Biden was inaugurated back in January of 21.
You think?
And yet, in spite of that 17% increase in cost, real wages have actually fallen 2% over that period. So there's
Hello,
no doubt
people
that
working 2 jobs.
inflation is the biggest issue facing American households. And in my view, there's three principal causes. Certainly, it's supply disruptions.
Sorry about that.
But we've had unprecedented fiscal policy laxity. You described it in a recent interview as unsustainable. But we
I'll
also
get back
think
up
that the Federal Reserve, in my view, and many people on this committee commented, should have reduced accommodation after the pandemic sooner. One of the things coincident with that, which is what I want to talk to you about, is that the FOMC announced in August of 2020 this flexible average inflation targeting framework right in the middle of the pandemic, which many of us didn't understand why the Fed would take that decision then, but it would give you flexibility on the 2%, saying the Fed could allow inflation to rise above 2% and stay there above that level for some time because the Fed had such challenges in getting the price level to 2%. That was a major shift in the Fed's approach. Do you think, in retrospect of now what we witnessed over the past 4 years, that was a mistake in hindsight to change that framework, and is it under review?
So we said we would do a review on a 5-year basis. That means we'll be starting that review toward the end of this year. So we really haven't started. I do think that the question you raised will be one of the questions we look at. But the bigger question really is that change in the approach was really based on the fact that we'd had very low interest rates and very low inflation for a long period of time. And policy was always very close to the effective lower bound. So there wasn't any firepower for central banks. And so it was a way to keep inflation expectations anchored at 2%, not have them slide down. Now we have entered a different period. The pandemic really may have changed that in a sustained way. We don't know that yet, but that's the big question we'll be asking ourselves is the effective lower bound be thought of in a different way now? And if it were, that would have ramifications for our framework. But you know, we haven't begun the review yet. It'll begin at the end of this year and probably end late the next year.
Thank you. You're back, Mr. Chairman.
Yields back. We'll now go to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. And I think I want to pick up a little bit right where we are. 2019, 2020, the entire world was under the unprecedented pandemic with COVID. Is that correct? That's the time. And that changed a lot of things with reference because not just for the United States, but for the entire world. And it affected the economies of countries just about on the planet. That's not also correct?
On the planet.
And supply chains were disrupted. In fact, I can remember many Americans and people around the world could not get toilet paper or paper towels and some of the basics. And so the prices, because of the, of supply and demand, skyrocketed, causing the inflation,
That's
not
against the
only in the
law.
United States, but basically all over the world. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so therefore, the Fed had to do certain things because of what we were in at that particular time. We couldn't just go back and act like the pandemic wasn't there. We had to do something to try to make sure that we were able to get through the pandemic. Is that not correct? And now we're at that point where we're about to get through this pandemic. And we can look at the rest of the world, what they did or didn't do at that time.
Isn't
but
that
what we
correct?
did. As a result of that, 3 years post the pandemic, when you look around the world, I think that you were correct with what you stated. That by most accounts, our economy is doing well. In fact, I would say
Oh my
our economy is doing better than most of the other countries in the world. Would you say that's correct?
I would.
So, I would say then that some of the other countries of the world maybe should have looked at the policies that we put in place thereafter so that they could get out of it, so that they could have a labor market that is strong, where the unemployment rate is near a 50-year low. And as you've stated, inflation is also now coming down faster than any place else on the planet, just about. Is that not correct?
I think that's right.
And I
You
think
gotta love
that
this.
you also recognize a mismatch between the strength of the economy, that's what we're talking about, in the field. And I think that Ranking Member Waters touched on one of those big issues of housing, of which is now, we're still trying to get that under control. And I think the Ranking Member has some ideas of how we can do that, and that may be something that you need to consider so that we can further get down the inflation rate. And the other would be the commodity markets, because the cost of food is too high. So that's something else that we need to get in control. Is that not correct? And let me just ask this. Can you say that there's a connection, for example, between conflicts in other areas of the world, like Russia's war against Ukraine and or the turmoil in the Middle East and the economic pressures that the United States feels does not also go
Again, he has
into
nothing
the
to do
reason
with it.
why cost of commodities can be still higher? Is there a connection therein, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly, the war in Ukraine caused commodity prices to move up sharply.
So could you tell you what is the, what would the connection lead you to believe that there is an urgent need for us, I would think, when we're running out of time, for us to do everything that is in our power in Congress to support Ukraine so that we can make sure that and other strategic partners, that we can help the commodities market, and that would help lower the cost of some of the
Get
commodities.
rid of this guy. He's bringing
food
down the
prices
markets.
If we would just be able to pass certain things that's going to help Ukraine right here in the United States Congress. Is that correct?
Here's where it gets outside of our jurisdiction. So I wouldn't have an opinion on Ukraine funding.
But if we had more grain that was going through, wasn't blocked by Russia, things of that nature, that generally just, say that helps bring the cost down. Cost is higher because of the disruption
That is true.
in the Black Sea that's happened because of this war. So that would help bring the cost down. that is not necessarily the policy just here in the United States, but that's the policy because of what's going on in Russia. And we need to make sure that we do something to prevent that if we really are serious about bringing inflation down. Is that not correct?
I think it's correct that a full supply of grain would help with commodity prices.
Absolutely.
So, instead of us playing politics with this and acting like it is your fault or anyone else's fault,
Yeah,
that
do
we
it.
had to go and do what we did because of the unprecedented pandemic, what we did was save the economy then, knowing we got some problems that we had now, and now we're recovering quicker and better
Tesla.
than any other
Hit on
country
Tesla.
on this planet as a result of your policy
On this
and the
planet.
policy of Joe Biden.
Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, thank you for testifying today. When you were before this committee a year ago, I cautioned against raising capital requirements on commodity derivatives that our agricultural and energy producers use back home to keep prices of food and power stable for consumers. At the time, you said that was a very specific concern and you weren't sure the proposal would even address commodity derivatives. And in fairness, that was before the Boswell proposal was officially published. Unfortunately, we now know that the proposal does impact commodity derivatives, and in fact, they are among the most penalized financial products that banks offer. And I would note for just a moment, I very much appreciate your comments and responses to Chairman McHenry about the nature of the overall proposal. Congress wanted end users to be able to secure their hedges without posting margin, keep the derivatives markets affordable. But I've seen estimates that some of these types of transactions for end users could face 10 times the capital requirement. Chairman Powell,
It's dropping.
make me feel a little better. Ease my concerns here. Will you and the Fed work to fix this?
Of course they're trying.
Let me start by saying I want to echo the fact that our commodity markets and our capital markets are a huge national asset, and we need to be functioning well and with as little friction as possible. I now understand that what you're referring to is things that were done to increase capital requirements for various kinds of derivative activities. I'll just say that's an area where we're aware of the concerns, and it's an area that we're taking a very close look at.
I appreciate that. I was a member of the Dodd-Frank Conference Committee, where there was bipartisan support to not disadvantage end users, farmers, ranchers, small businesses. This had broad bipartisan support then and still does today. Unfortunately, the Fed could undermine this longstanding work done by Congress. I'd like to enter a few letters into the record, Mr. Chairman, that discuss the detrimental impact to end users. First, a joint Agricultural Trade Association letter from the American Farm Bureau Federation, National Cattlemen's Beef Association, among 7 others. Next, a joint Energy Trade Association letter from the American Gas Association and 4 others. And lastly, a letter from the American Public Power Association and the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I'd now like to focus on how the proposal is set to significantly disincentivize banks from offering clearing services. In Dodd-Frank, Congress mandated central clearing as a way to reduce risk in the system. The number of banks that can clear derivatives for end users has reduced over time, making it harder for end users to find a bank to offer this service. There are some estimates that the Fed's proposal will increase capital for this activity by 80%. I'm worried that this will make it even harder for end users to find a bank to clear their hedges. This also comes at a time when the SEC, our friends at the Securities and Exchange Commission, has just finalized a rule in December that will increase clearing in cost in Treasury markets. This will have a real impact on market access and liquidity, not just in commodities, the $26 trillion Treasury market that plays a critical role in the world economy. Will you work with the CFTC to address this problem?
Again, I'll say that we're aware of those concerns, and we're prepared to work with other agencies and also to make sure that our capital proposal appropriately addresses.
The strength of central clearing is entirely dependent on banks' willingness to participate. And problems with the Boswell endgame warrant full reproposal. but give us time to appreciate their consequences. And there are real consequences.
Yeah,
You and I both know, Mr. Chairman. And with that, Mr. Chairman, yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And welcome again, Mr. Powell. It's an honor to have you before us today. Always enjoy hearing your commentary. As
From
you
one
know,
conservative to another.
recession, inflation, these are buzzwords. They are used in some circumstances to a dim light on perhaps the Fed and others who are working to end some of these circumstances we're dealing with. Are you now at a point where you believe that there will not be a recession? There was much talk about recession. Many people worried that we would find ourselves having to negotiate our way out of a recession. What is your position currently on a recession?
They know.
US growth last year was in excess of 3%. What we're seeing so far this year is continued solid growth.
No
My
recession.
expectation, that of other forecasters, I know my colleagues, is that we'll see continued growth at a solid pace. I will say, so there's no evidence, there's no reason to think that the US economy is in or in some kind of short-term risk of falling into recession. Having said that, though, there's always a possibility, a meaningful possibility that an economy will fall into recession. I don't think that possibility, though, is elevated at the
Yeah.
current time.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying this because we want to, at some point, eliminate a great deal of fear associated with just the term recession. Next point, the December FOMC projections showcase a slightly lower unemployment rate than last June's projections and slightly higher GDP, suggesting a soft landing is likely. Are you of the opinion that we're headed to a
Tesla
soft
hit.
landing, Mr. Powell?
Yes.
I'll just say that
Come on.
what we've seen so far is an economy that's growing at a solid pace. We're seeing a labor market that is still tight, still strong. Wages are moving up.
That's going to put it up.
But the labor market's coming into better balance between supply and demand. Inflation has come down sharply, really, since the middle of last year. So those are the conditions we see. They're very attractive conditions, and we're trying to use our policies to keep that growth going and to keep that labor market strong while also achieving further progress on inflation. That's our goal. And I think there's a possibility we can achieve all of that while keeping the labor market strong and the economy growing? Yes, I think there is a possibility. Indeed, that is what we're trying to achieve.
A soft landing can be difficult to identify.
That's the right word.
We could possibly have a soft landing and miss the point at which the landing took place. How do you define the soft landing such that a member of the public, a layperson, would understand that we have
Here we go, folks.
indeed
Markets are going up.
had a soft landing?
So we really think about it in the terms I just discussed, which is we want to keep the economy growing. We want the labor market to remain strong. 3.7% unemployment is pretty near 50-year historical lows. We want inflation to continue to move down closer and closer to the 2% objective, and we've made quite good progress on that over just the past year. So we want to continue those conditions, and I don't want to put the label on it. Other people can do
Exactly.
that, but I would just say we're using our tools to keep a strong labor market and strong growth while making further progress on getting inflation down to 2% for the benefit of the public. That's the economy that we're trying to achieve, and I think there's we're
And
on a
once
good
Trump
path so
gets into
far to
office,
be able
that
to get
will
there.
be achieved.
Well, I concur,
I concur.
but I would ask this as my last question. Will there be some announcement at some point that we've had a soft landing?
Not that word. What's the
because
him and his
we have
freaking
people
word?
who are continually indicating that we're not having a soft landing, there's a possibility of a recession. So will there be some official statement that would give people some comfort?
Market's going up.
I don't think by us, no. I think we're just gonna keep our heads down and do our jobs, try to deliver what the public is expecting from us. We wouldn't be,
Look at the markets.
declaring victory. like
Green
that,
across
but-
the board. Green across the board.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
So this has
now
been good.
recognized For 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome back. I think we enjoy this. Hope you do too. I know there's some bit of trepidation about all the things that are available to us and you to answer. You know, I learned a long time ago on a campaign trail, every problem can be solved on a campaign. Reality is a little bit different. Welcome back despite all that. Looking at the monetary policy report, March 1st, 2024.
17.
And as I review this, I would like to focus on the term that I would say high prices are here to stay. Because what I've heard you say today in this report really go to is got everything under control, but we're going to keep the high prices.
Yeah, I don't like
And
that.
I think the high prices really take a toll on the American people. as you're
Absolutely.
hearing From our colleagues, no matter whether they be Republican or Democrat.
Vote Trump.
Page 7 of your report, you don't have to go focus on it. It says, while current services, core service price inflation has been slowing, but remains elevated. It does. Labor costs, as you know, and energy costs are a driver to your monetary policy. Question that I have is, because you began referencing policy, 2 weeks ago or so, the president announced that he was going to slow down the gifting of opportunities in Texas for natural gas to be able to continue the exploration. And this in Texas is a $1 trillion answer problem to us. Because if we do
Multi-trillion.
not constantly go find through these new finds, but also through the permitting process, we're in trouble. But we're also putting in trouble our
Border.
contracts that we have with Germany and a lot of other countries.
Yeah.
This is going to mean also that business in America.
Bring the pipeline back from
continues
Canada
have
to
high
Texas.
prices Because as you know, wages are already high. Now energy is high.
And
There's
outlaw these
no
electric cars that are tearing up our
resiliency
grid.
to
Electric
continue
grid.
this and see the
Well, I don't know about
American people
outlawing
win.
it, but
We talked about
we
policy.
need to do
So
something.
what's your advice to policy about energy and what this administration is doing on a policy perspective?
Nothing.
We
Don't
have,
answer.
broad, significant, important responsibilities, but we're really not responsible for energy policy.
Exactly.
We try to avoid commenting on.
Thank you.
But it has a huge impact.
But it has nothing to do with
It
him.
arbitrarily keeps prices high. It arbitrarily
Wrong
means
question
that
for the wrong
business
person.
is not, while
Ask
they're
the
making
president.
money, while households, people do buy that, it's diminishing. Long-term advantages make progress. So you're just gonna leave that alone?
Nothing
Really
to do
not
with him.
appropriate for us to comment, on, if I'm commenting on energy policy, I should comment on everything.
Well,
We have a mandate, which is maximum employment price stability. We
That's not
take
his job.
Decisions by the legislature.
He's
by
so
the
smart, this guy. He really is.
We're not in charge. of
Powell is
second-guessing
brilliant.
him. It's
He's got a
not our
brilliant
job.
mind.
Okay, well, all right, let's say we're not gonna second guess him. I will. I believe that the energy policy.
Who cares about your opinion?
The Democratic Party have supported are causing a huge
I agree.
boom in prices staying high.
Yep.
It will not come down. A boom
Boom.
in attacking the
177.
energy industry, jobs that are associated with it, our foreign policy as it relates
This has
to
nothing to
contracts
do with
that
what's
we've
going
signed
on
with
with
foreign
him.
countries, giving up the natural gas market almost entirely on the world market to Qatar. It has a
This guy,
huge,
he's
impact
what's
on
that
whether
word?
we are going to keep
I don't
prices
disagree
high
with what he's saying
or
right
control
now.
these prices.
but he's
has a
positioning
huge
himself.
impact
He's
on,
just
I
shining.
think, your
It has nothing to
monetary
do
report about
with
how many houses get
the
built,
power
how many jobs get
and the
built,
financial
whether we
services
have jobs
from the
in
house.
place, whether we continue to have more jobs available than workers that are there. Because over-regulation is having a lot to do with the nervousness, not only on this panel, but also by the American people. It would be my hope that you would pass some sort of a memo and tell them you have no opinion, but you want them to
That's
see
what he's doing if he
is.
does that.
Thank you.
What happened
Thank you,
here?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
I yield back my time.
Somebody goes back, the gentleman. from
That's
Connecticut,
exactly what he'd
Mr.
be
Hyman.
doing. He'd be stating his opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell, thanks for being with us today. I have a question, but I want to start by acknowledging, not celebrating, but acknowledging what has been a really remarkable soft landing in our economy. And I'm not celebrating because the American people, consumers, are still feeling the effects of high prices. Wages haven't caught up with prices in some instances. But I think that it would be fair to say that observers would never have predicted the conduct of this economy. You yourself said it in the final press conference of 2023 when you said a very high proportion of forecasters predicted very weak growth or a recession. Not only did that not happen, we actually had a very strong year. So I want to acknowledge that and acknowledge your commitment to independent monetary policy. And because I'm still burdened with this idea that truth and facts matter, I want to point out, especially having listened to my good friend Mr. Sessions talk about the energy market, truth and facts matter. We are producing more oil and natural gas today than any other country on the planet. We are the world's #1 energy producer. I could spend my entire 5 minutes sort of pointing out facts. The fact I want to point out here, and this comes right out of the report, is that the premise that inflation is Joe Biden's fault, his fiscal policy's fault, first is faulty because half the fiscal stimulus that occurred in the face of the pandemic happened under the previous president, Donald Trump, and it has faded. And this report makes the case. Core, and I quote from it, core goods prices have been declining as supply bottlenecks ease and import price inflation falls. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't want you to comment on that because it gets a little bit political, but I do think it's important to keep some foot on the plane of facts. I do want to ask you a question, though, Mr. Chairman, because I always worry about risks that we see and risks that we don't see. And I want to use the remainder of my time to talk about a risk you're very conscious of, which is the overhang in the commercial real estate market. As you know, the Financial Stability Oversight Council identified commercial real estate as perhaps the most salient risk to the financial system, $6 trillion roughly in loans, half of that on bank balance sheets. In a 60 Minutes interview a few weeks ago, you characterized distress in the commercial real estate market as sizable but manageable. Do you still feel like that risk is manageable? Do you feel like you've got the visibility and the transparency and the tools to address it? It makes me nervous because this has echoes of 2008, 2009, when vacancy rates were declined relatively rapidly. We're not seeing that right now. So how do you feel? Does that risk continue to be manageable, and do you have the tools to manage it?
Yeah, I would say yes to that. I think it is manageable, and we've been working hard to management for some time now, really. And what it really is it's a lot of downtown real estate where there's too much office supply because of work from home, and also the kind of downtown retail that's no longer as profitable, and things like that are really at the heart of it. So what we've done is we've looked at banks that have significant concentrations. We've been in touch with them to make sure that they have a plan to deal with that. There will be losses by some banks. It isn't really the big banks, it's really medium and small size banks that have these higher concentrations. It's going to be a problem we'll be working through, I think, for several years. And the idea is you've got to have enough capital, enough liquidity, and a plan to take the losses that you're probably going to take. And so that's what we're doing. We're very active in this space with small, medium.
So let me ask you about that. Sorry to interrupt, but let me ask you about that. Silicon Valley Bank, wild irresponsibility inside the bank, egregious irresponsibility on the part of corporate treasurers
Wow,
who put
look
so
what's
much
going
on
on here.
deposit. the Fed also had some self-examination to do because the examiners,
Like
and
paying for a
supervisors
prescription
at the bank,
online.
quite frankly, were not doing what they should have been. So we might be forgiven for being a bit skeptical
Right
of
there.
claims
I
of
would've called
being
this one too,
on
right there.
this. What has changed in the context of Silicon Valley Bank that gives you the confidence that supervisors and the examiners will be on top of this?
I see it with my own eyes, but you know, I mean, frankly, there's a risk that we would overreact to something as significant as that. It's not like we wouldn't have reacted very, very strongly to what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, and we have. So I know that our supervisors are out there, you know, we're hearing back from you know, media reports that we have been engaged with medium and small sized banks principally on this. So I am confident that we're doing the right things there. And I do believe it's a manageable problem. If that changes, you know, then I'll say so.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're back. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Prowl, for being here today. I'd like to associate my remarks myself with Mr. Hill's remarks earlier with regards to FDIC, those long-term debt requirements that are based on.
Oh, he's doing good. It's reflecting right now. The markets are going sky high from what we're hearing. Everything is stable is what he's saying. This is what we want to hear. And that's why everything is going up in the markets right now. 499.65.
On October 23, 2023, the board issued a proposal to update the debit interchange fee cap and regulation II. This is very concerning, given the data from both the GAO and Fed's own studies show that Reg II has significantly harmed access to free checking and other banking services for the country's poorest citizens. Yesterday, I introduced the Secure Payments Act, which would prohibit final rulemaking until the Fed, among other things, says the impact of the proposed rule, completes a quantitative impact analysis specifically as it relates to
Doing my
affordable banking
stuff.
services for low-income Americans, and reports those findings to Congress. I understand the Fed acted here because you feel you're facing litigation, but I urge the board to proceed with extreme caution with any type of price control proposals, especially since the first iteration was so clearly harmful. Chairman Powell, knowing of the hardship caused by this policy on low-income consumers, does it give you any pause to continue down this road?
As you know, this rule is out for comment. We extended the comment period to May 12th, so we don't have all the comments left yet. We'll evaluate them carefully and, you know, make an assessment. I mean, the law does assign us a specific job, which is to assess whether an interchange fee received by a large debit issuer for processing a debit card transaction is reasonable and proportional to issuer costs. This is the obligation that Congress has bestowed upon us, not something we thought we sought, but that's our obligation under the law, and we don't know what else to do than to keep doing it for as long as that's our assignment. That's all we think we're doing. But I think that the concerns that have been
What does he
raised
think
will
he's
be
doing?
things that we-
Well, hopefully you'll study this and understand that from the previous types of rules along this line, they were very detrimental to a lot of low-income folks. As you know, the price reductions that were promised during the Durbin Amendment, for instance, added profits actually went to the largest retailers rather than go to the consumers as they were talked about. 98% was one of the studies that showed that the retailers kept all the money instead of lowering prices as they were telling us that were going to happen. So I'm very concerned about that. So what's the legal basis for updating regulation? You've talked about it a little bit. Do you believe that there is something in the law that says you need to be doing this updating all the time, or should you be studying it before you actually propose it?
I think there's guidelines, not
Well, again, I think our reading of the law is that it's not something you do once and leave it there. It's supposed to be reasonable and proportional to certain identified issuer costs. The implication being that if those costs
he
change.
loves that tie. That purple tie.
That should change. So
He wears that tie more
that's
than
our
any other
reading.
tie.
You know, I think we do a lot of work. We did a long time to change it. Many years since we did change it, but we do quite a bit of work to
One of the
make
things,
this assessment, and we'll review the comments and the data that we get.
one of the things I
Markets are
hope
strong
you
right
consider
now.
is the fact that
Look
even
at
though
Microsoft,
it's supposed
Apple,
to be
and Google,
$10 billion for
NVIDIA.
this stuff all rolls
Go,
out, we
have
don't
go.
less
Let me
than
see about Lily. How's
smaller
Lily
banks
doing?
and community banks are
Lily's
also
up.
feeling affected.
Look
So
at this, a lot of green in
make
here.
sure you
Real
consider that
estate.
when you start talking. Appreciate that. You know, one of the things yesterday I had two different foreign banker CEOs in my office. One of them brought up the subject to me, which is very concerning with regards to artificial intelligence, being able to impact financial institutions in this country and our banking system.
Sign line.
And I tell people, I said, think about this for a second. You find some individual who is a well-known individual, perhaps like Kudlow, Dave Ramsey, Bloomberg, somebody who has got credibility, and suddenly you see an artificially produced advertisement or Facebook post. This person says, look here, we've got 100 banks that have got a problem today. And if that individual didn't do this, it's artificially produced. I've seen a commercial already with the individual. You couldn't tell the difference between that individual and
That's
the
right.
real thing.
Scary.
We have just come through the Silicon Valley situation. And if you have real-time payments.
Guy's
right
from
now,
Missouri.
you can instantaneously transfer money.
He's
You
a
get scared to
conservative.
death by some well-known individual through an artificial intelligence situation. And I can tell you, China is watching this like a hawk. They are ready to pounce on this situation.
He's not going for
For me, I've
re-election.
got some bills that actually would solve the problem. Do you think there's some
He's
issues
from
here we need to
Wisconsin
take a look
originally.
at?
I
Sure,
think
well-
we're very focused on AI, like many government agencies and law enforcement agencies in
that's something
particular. It's very challenging. You paint one picture, there are lots of pictures.
Gentleman's
He's
time
from
has
Missouri.
It's interesting
Now
because the
there's-
foreign
Gentleman's
banks
time
actually
has
watch
expired.
this. Thank you.
We'll now go to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell, thank you for being with us this morning. It's always a delight to have you for us. Chair Powell, the February Congressional Budget Office report estimated that the U.S. economy will grow an estimated $7 trillion over the next decade, thanks to, in large part, to the surge in immigration, creating a larger labor force. Immigration also increases demand for goods and services. I know you mentioned in your report that that the growth sometime during COVID was held down due to some restrictions in COVID and restrictions on immigration. Can you detail how immigrants have been fueling our national growth? And did you consider this report from the CBO in this current report?
So I am very familiar with the CBO report. I've read the demographic projections and I've read the economic projections. So I do understand what they did. And
So you
they're
do
making-
agree with a $7 trillion growth in the next decade?
I have no judgment on that. I haven't tried to make a parallel assessment, but I'm familiar with the assessment. What they're doing is they're saying more people
We're
working,
people.
bigger economy. And it makes the economy bigger. It's just arithmetic. If you say that you add a couple million people to an economy, and a percentage of them will work, then there will be more output. And that's what they're showing. I just want to be very, very clear though, that we don't make immigration policy. We don't comment on immigration policy indirectly or directly.
Another hit.
I'm not asking you to do that, but Mr. Chairman, I simply
What are
asked
you asking?
if you agree that the immigration surge has added to a strong labor force, which is necessary. I think you said that we expect a continued growth at a solid pace. So to be able to continue on a solid pace, then we need that labor force. Would you agree?
So last year we got a big increase in workers, and it came from two sources. One was participation increased people who were already here. In addition, we got a significant increase in immigration, and many of those people take part in the working economy. And so there was a big increase in labor supply that will have increased output. It will have made more people. It will have all kinds of economic effects. I'm just reporting the facts there.
Right.
I'm not going to say anything is needed for the future or good policy, indirectly or directly, but I mean, I think it's just reporting the facts to say that immigration and labor force participation both contributed to the very strong economic output growth that we had last year.
Right. Is it possible for the Fed to conduct a formal assessment into the positive impact immigrants have on our economy and report back to Congress?
Not really, no. I think that's a job for the CBO. We don't. That's precisely what the Congressional Budget Office does, not what we do.
All right, but the other question that you've not addressed is, did you consider the CBO's assessment that the growth in the next 10 years would be $7 trillion and about $1 trillion in added revenues? was that considered in this report? Because that was the February report, and this, I believe, is through February 29th.
So I think that the answer to your question is 10-year growth projections by CBO don't have big implications. They don't have any implications really for the current stance of monetary policy. But I will say that the immigration that we saw was a notable factor of the 2023 and 2024 economic outcomes. And of course, we're aware of that, and it plays a role. in our
Only
thinking about
$34.5
appropriate policy
trillion
in the
in the
economy.
hole.
For that, and related to that, I know that the
Amazing.
last time you were here, you and I talked about diversity and diversity inclusion efforts, both at the Fed, and I applaud you and applauded the president for his appointment of Dr. Adriana Kugler. I expect to visit with her
I
this
put
week.
that on the board for
What
anybody who's
other
interested.
strategies and programs are you using in the Fed, not only in here, but in all the branches to ensure that there is diversity and inclusion?
So in terms of intake of people, when we go to hire when the reserve banks go to hire a new president, those processes are very focused on having a diverse applicant pool, and you see the results of that more and more over the years. That happens. We don't have any role in appointments of governors, so that's not our job. The administration does that. In terms of, I'll just say internally, we're very focused on having an open and inclusive place to work, and also in hiring, we work hard to have diverse.
Ladies' time has
Thank you.
expired. The
Thank you, Mr.
gentleman
Chairman.
from Michigan, Mr. Heising, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Powell, good to see you in person. Mr. Chairman, I've got to make a comment here. It's stunning to me that equating an underground economy, which is very different and not a healthy alternative to the regular economy, and basing that on an illegal workforce that's not legally able to work, ultimately will fail. That is not a strategy to my colleagues on the other side. So just ask any farmer who's going to then have somebody, a regulator, come in and fine them for employing people who are not legally allowed to be here in the country. That is one of their greatest fears. So that's just a fallacy of growth within this economy that is not sustainable. Chair Powell, last fall I sent Vice Chairman Barr a letter expressing my concern over the cumulative impact pending rulemakings governing products and services will have on consumers. This morning, there's been a fair amount of time spent on Basel III, but among the agencies, and here I'm including Fed, FDIC, OCC, CFPB, and the number of pending or final rules
There it is,
is
another
frankly
hit
just staggering.
on Tesla.
Regulators last year finalized new
Right
rules
there,
for
we're right
the Community
there,
Reinvestment
178.
Act.
You can't get
Fed
over
is
the, a
also
lot of
looking at
resistance
Reg
at
II, which in my
178
opinion
on
would,
Tesla.
would unintentionally undermine recent significant progress
Right
in
there.
bringing low and moderate income
cannot
consumers
get over
into
that
the
mark
mainstream
right there.
banking system. Just yesterday, the CFPB unveiled a rule that would cap late fees for banks, and I just literally walked out of a meeting with my credit unions who are very concerned about those things that may be in their future as well. So I think it's critical that we don't look at any of these rules in a vacuum, and we need to consider their total impact and full scope on that. So I'm going to ask you a question I've asked some of the other regulators. How much do you, as the Fed, you personally consult with other agencies on their own rulemaking agenda? You coordinate, do you talk?
So I don't lead that area of our business, but I know there's a lot of talking. Coordination, I'm not sure there is coordination.
We're in government, there's always a lot of talking. I'm concerned about the coordinating. All right, well, let me ask you this way. When a rule is finalized under another regulator, are you mandated or have any kind of policy to go back and look at your other pending rules under your purview and see if changes need to be made because of these other agencies' rulemaking?
There's no mandate like that. I think where it made sense to do that, though, we would do it.
We have genuinely have some sort of review of that. It's
I don't
conscious.
think there is a formal.
I've heard repeatedly that elements of Basel III overlap with the Fed's annual stress tests. What are you going
Annual
to do
stress
to
tests.
address that overlap?
So we're in the middle of just the beginning, actually, of deciding what to do about Basel III. And part of that may be the interaction with stress test. So I haven't got anything for you on that today, but
Hmm.
that's certainly an issue that presents itself.
We'd like to continue that conversation. I do want to touch on the bank failures of last year very quickly. Do you think that the banks that ultimately needed the government bailout lacked sufficient capital, or was it more of a management problem?
How would he know?
So with Silicon Valley Bank, it wasn't really, could they have used more capital? I mean, they were actually raising capital. It was a capital raise that they announced that triggered the run and everything. So you can argue that it needed more capital, but I wouldn't say that that was the proximate cause, really. It was a funding structure that was all about too much concentration of
Well, many of us are, I'm asking the question, because many of us are very concerned that those failures are being used as an excuse to raise capital across the board. And because the SEC just released its climate disclosure rule this morning, I'm going to touch on the climate related question for you. FSOC, the FSOC chair has repeatedly stated that climate change is, quote, an existential threat. Presumably a threat that is existential, affects banks and financial institutions of all sizes. Why then have FSOC member regulatory agencies, including the Fed, limited their guidance on climate-related risks only to large financial institutions? Why not everybody?
well, it's a new thing. And, we are
It's a
not,
heck of a new thing, yeah.
not climate change policymakers.
Hey, look who stopped by.
This is something that needs to be
Yeah.
handled by elected representatives. And so
How's the
we're
weather in
starting
Utah?
this
Have a
very
slice of pizza.
carefully with large institutions who are already doing it, by the way. The things that we're doing, they're doing this because to remain active internationally, they have to be doing it. So we started with them because they understand it. Imposing it on smaller banks, it's not something I'm for.
And crushing.
Gentleman, as far as
We'll be following up on the Taylor rules.
the gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Delaney.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here. Do you agree with the April Federal Reserve report that compensation incentives contributed to Silicon Valley's bank failure?
I'm sorry, did I?
So the April Federal Reserve report, it said that compensation incentives contributed to the Silicon Valley bank's failure. Do you agree with that?
I would say it's at best a tertiary factor, but it probably had something to do with it. For me, not a
So
big,
that's no?
that's very small.
Okay, so it did. Okay. So do you agree the appropriate rules on incentive compensation could have reduced the likelihood of Silicon Valley's failure? Maybe, if they didn't take
No,
all
I
that
really
money.
don't think so. I mean,
If
I
they
don't
didn't
think
take all
it's,
that money.
I don't think it's a first order question for Silicon Valley. A lot went wrong there.
Yeah.
Incentive comp would be.
They actually blame
way
you
down.
guys.
Sorry.
They blame the oversight. Even though they didn't respond to your
That's part of it.
correspondences.
We took our medicine.
Yeah. Do you think it also has something to do with the fact that section 956 of the Dodd-Frank rule hasn't been finalized by you?
No, I don't.
You don't think it's the reason?
I don't.
You don't think it's because people made money off of the failure?
I think.
You don't think money drove them to do what they did?
I didn't say that. What I said was, there are lots
So
of.
they made money from it. They actually, it was a lottery for
Not
them, right?
think that incentive compensation arrangements were at the heart of the Silicon Valley Bank failure.
I don't like
No.
her.
Okay. Do you support a robust rulemaking for executive compensation, Chairman?
I know that the.
Oh, you don't?
I'm sorry.
They didn't-
Oh,
I hate
Do
her.
you
I knew it
support
was her.
robust Rulemaking for executive compensation. Do you believe in section 956?
Section 956 is the law. As I understand it, the agencies are looking at doing something. It's been 12 or 13 years, right?
Yeah, multiple
Nothing has
agencies.
happened.
Yeah.
It's been hard to get it done. I lived through the last episodes of trying to get it done.
Yeah.
So
She's a
do you
bitch.
believe in a robust
I
rulemaking
believe
process?
We
for
ought to send her
executive
back to
compensation?
Gaza.
Oh, great. Oh, that's
Oops.
awesome.
Can I say that on
Um,
live stream?
Will you will
like
you
her.
commit to helping finalize the Dodd-Frank
At all.
section of 956 this year?
If she was laying in the street hurting,
I wouldn't
It's
say
been
if
12 years, Chairman.
I'd run
Yeah,
over
no,
her
I
feet.
wouldn't.
Played a role in the bank
What
failure.
happened?
I can answer. What I would like to do is.
So you don't want to do it this year?
Why don't you let him answer the
I
question,
mean, I'm being
bitch?
serious. You're saying no?
She's out of
The
line.
member will allow the witness to answer the
Exactly.
question.
She's out of
We've had a
line.
good day today, and the gentleman's trying to answer the question.
She's an
I would
idiot.
like to understand the problem we're solving, and then I would like to see a proposal that addresses that problem.
Okay. Do you believe people should profit off of bank failure? The executives that made those decisions,
No, not
they
the
should not
executives.
profit.
Well, I would say executives who are responsible for a failed bank should not profit from the failure. Absolutely not.
So they get to walk away with compensation.
And
based
she
on their
just said
failure.
no. What the hell's wrong with her?
Well, You're asking,
It's true,
you're
it
asking about a different rule that would, you have clawback and things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something I know you've been looking at for a while. That's certainly an appropriate thing to look at.
Yeah, because it's just gonna continue to happen, is my opinion. It doesn't have to be yours. But it sure the heck could have helped here. If they knew they were gonna walk away, if they could walk away with not the bonuses, the compensation. I mean, they made money, significant amount of money for their bank failure.
And the last time that
Last
happened,
question, Chair.
I think it was
Powell, do you
with
believe that
Obama,
the
and he
impact of
made them
climate change
return all
caused
that
the rest-
money
We've been talking about that more.
when they bailed out the banks.
I certainly believe that climate change is real and poses risks over the longer term, sure.
So there have been some that say, higher interest rates actually makes it more difficult to build out the renewable energy projects.
Absolutely.
and other investments required to prevent
Any
climate impacts. Do you
project.
believe that to be true?
No, it's not I believe that we need to do our job that you've assigned us, which is maximum employment and price stability, and we do it through interest rates. It's not our job to consider the effect on climate change of that. And I think any effect on climate change of that would be kind of
Minimal.
minuscule.
Last question, Chair Powell, who do you see as the major winners and losers from high interest rates in terms of income groups, age groups, and racial or other demographics?
Middle to upper middle class people.
The point of high interest rates in the current environment is to bring inflation under control.
Right.
The people who are hurt the most by inflation, as you know, are people who are on a fixed income. Who
There you
right
go.
away are in
Middle
trouble
class
when the
people.
cost of transportation,
And
food,
lower.
energy, and when those things go up,
People like
they
me.
don't have financial resources to deal with it.
Have you looked
We're
at the
accountable to provide price stability to the American people. Those people benefit the most over time from stable prices.
The ladies' time's expired. We'll go to the
Good.
lady
She
from
should
Missouri,
expire.
Ms. Wagner for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Chair Powell, for your service. I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Mr. Himes. I am concerned about banks' commercial real estate exposure, and I do hope that the Fed is doing everything it can to ensure that the exposure that these banks have will continue to be, in your words, manageable, because this is a looming crisis out there, given the workplace changes and dynamics. Chair Powell, in remarks on Bloomberg, Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary during the Obama administration, stated that, and I quote, "It would be much more productive for our central bank to be focused on the question of real estate portfolios in the banks they supervise than, quote, some of the more abstract and politically driven arguments that about various kinds of capital charges on the largest banks." Do you agree, sir, that it would be more productive for Fed supervisors and regulators to keep their eye on the ball, in this case, commercial real estate and other real estate investments?
I absolutely think we need to keep our eye on the ball on commercial real estate.
I'm on a fixed
Yeah, I
income,
think
but I
we're
got a
doing it.
check on Friday.
I hope so. According to your
For
semi-annual report, the median of members on your monetary
$359,000.
policy committee
I won the lottery.
that your target overnight interest rate will average 4.1% in 2024.
I'll put
That
that
mean
all on
that the median
NVIDIA.
number of members
Next time it drops.
anticipate that you will be cutting interest rates sometime this year by as much or more than a full percentage point.
Dropping.
No, it doesn't mean that. Actually, the same, the summary of economic projections showed a median of, this is in the December FOMC, so this is now 3 months old, showed 3 rate cuts this year. So that would be 75 basis points, 3/4 of 1 percentage point. You were quoting the next year's number, so you would add that on. That was through 2025, I believe.
So are you anticipating that there would be more cuts
So what
here coming?
it's not, the way I would say it is, we're making economic projections. And so we write down a path of growth, what's happening in the labor market, what happens with
If he
inflation.
says there'll be
and what
cuts,
goes with those
watch the market
forecasts
go
is
up.
Appropriate monetary policy, appropriate interest rates. So we expect inflation to come down, the economy to
There we
keep
go.
growing, labor market to remain
Fine.
strong. If that's
Fine.
the case, it will be appropriate for interest rates to come down,
Come on.
significantly over the coming years.
Push.
What will really happen, though, it's not a plan. What will happen is actually what
Push.
the economy needs. The economy will do
Yeah,
something.
economy does
different
need
from
it.
that, and that's what will actually.
Then
do.
more loans will be
Chairman Powell,
stimulated for
15 members
businesses,
of Congress, including myself,
even
Ranking Member
for,
Sherman, Chairman Barr, and Ranking Member Foster sent a letter to the prudential regulators regarding the impact
Then
that
there'll be
Basel
more
will have on
business.
U.S. capital markets activities. The letter highlighted critical areas of our U.S. markets, including securities underwriting, securitization, and derivatives that will be severely impacted by the Basel proposal. This was also a common theme represented throughout the comment file on the Basel proposal, over 95% of that. Considering that 75% of financing in the US is done through our capital markets, which are the deepest and most liquid in the world, why would the Fed continue to pursue this flawed proposal instead of re-proposing a rule that would not have such a drastic impact on the US economy?
Well, in fact, the capital markets concerns you raised are among
There it
those
is,
that I raised
finally.
myself
How did you get
in
that
our,
push?
open
Right there.
board meeting when we put this out for comment.
You
Patience,
said you wanted broad
patience.
support.
Patience
Obviously, there
brings
is
it in.
dissent among some of your governors, the FDIC, others. So how are we coming on this and how are we recognizing?
We're working our way through the comments, and we're coming to the point where it'll be appropriate for us to begin to evaluate what changes are appropriate. I've said I think those changes will be broad and material, and that's where that is. But we haven't made any decisions yet. We just got the comments.
In my role as chairman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, I have seen SEC Chair Gensler push the envelope in terms of rules and regulations that go well beyond the congressional mandate, even encroaching on the jurisdiction of other financial regulators. What is the Fed's response to another agency encroaching on its jurisdiction?
We do not comment on other agencies' regulation. However, if they were actually, to take your hypothetical at face value, if they were to come into our jurisdiction,
Well, it's more than a hypothetical.
and we would react.
Good. Well, I hope you do. Yield back.
Well,
I like
Ms.
that.
Velasquez is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here.
Hi.
Hi.
All right.
Thank you for being here, Chairman Powell. Property insurance rates
Way
are
too high.
becoming prohibitively expensive
Yep.
or inaccessible for homeowners and developers in my community. The ESOT's annual report identifies property insurance rates as an increasing risk, and I recently raised this issue with Secretary Yellen. Is the Fed monitoring the rising cost of insurance and its impact?
Yellen is the
Macroeconomic.
treasurer. She's the only person ever admitted she was wrong about something a year later. Truthfully. So far out.
We'll pause the clock. Have staff look at the microphone.
We
The
need to
clock being frozen is out of respect for Ms.
Stop it.
Velasquez, or out of good luck, I'm not sure.
the clock
We'll get staff to listen. We'll just suspend for a moment.
to invest in infrastructure for this community.
Yes. We're trying to do electronic voting. No. It's hard enough to just get the microphones.
Look how empty the place is.
Madam Clerk, thank you.
How many people didn't even show up?
So all the photographers have left, so the awkward photos for Trish will be less awkward.
All right, we got a few seconds here. You can see the markets when they went up. Now they're coming back down a little bit. Nvidia is pulling down a little bit. I guess they're having some problems with their voting system, the clock system for any luck. Is it about luck? Look at this, right down to the
Being a new
VWAP.
mic.
Eight.
It may not be better, but it's a different one.
881. 880. 60. Put that right there. $83, and that's 80. Actually, it's a little lower than that, but I'm gonna leave it there right now till it catches up. Everything pulled back. What are they doing? What's FinViz going on? Your markets are up. See, the markets are appreciating what's being said today, but he really hasn't said much. The big thing is that they're not going to raise any rates. That is going to be negative on everything that we're looking at over the next couple of
Doesn't want to be
years.
replaced. Okay,
Elon Musk is not
So,
going to donate
right,
any
we'll
money to
start, we're
Trump.
gonna restore the
That
clock.
kind of
Thanks for
irks
your
me.
indulgence.
Wonder what his thinking is.
Velasquez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I think he's losing a
So,
lot of money
Mr.
right
Chairman,
now.
I was asking you about property insurance rates are becoming prohibitively expensive or inaccessible for homeowners and developers in our community. The SROC's
What's her
annual
name?
report identifies property insurance rates
Miss
as an
Velasquez.
increasing risk. And I recently raised this issue with Secretary Yellen. Is the Fed monitoring the rising cost of insurance and its impact on macroeconomic?
so yes, we are very much aware of increases in insurance, including property insurance, and it's been adding meaningfully to inflation. It's not something we have any
She's
control
a
or
Democrat
authority
from
over.
New York.
Same is true of
She's a
auto
Congress,
insurance, just
Hispanic
insurance generally.
caucus
It's- Prices
Till
have gone up
January
a lot.
2011. Her district, New
So
York City, was
when
number
we
12 district.
talk
Big
about
district.
the lack
She's the
of
first Puerto Rican
affordability
woman
when
to
it
serve
comes
in the
to
United States
housing,
Congress.
um,
Democrat.
the insurance, the rising cost of insurance is an important
I like to
factor
know these things.
that is affecting the availability of affordable housing in our communities. And I hope
Well,
that
stop your sanctuary
there's
city
some
and send all the immigrants
discussions
that are here illegally back
on
where
the
they belong.
Fed
I
because
understand wanting to
it
come to this
is
country
an increasing
and being
risk,
part of something.
and it's going
Great.
to have a direct
But
impact
you got to
on
come here
our
the right
economy.
way.
Chairman Powell, I know you spoke with Chairman
Chimichanga.
McHenry a little bit on inflation and interest rates. Can you explain what evidence you're looking for before inflation has returned to 2% and interest rates can be cut?
Sure. So we're not looking for inflation to go all the way down to 2%. That's not what we're looking for. What we want is just more evidence that will give us more confidence that inflation is on a path down to 2% sustainably. So that will come in the form of good inflation readings, really. We want to see, just a bit more evidence so that we can be confident. We don't want to have a situation where it turns out that the 6 months of good inflation data we had last year
It's
that
for nothing.
didn't turn out to be an accurate signal of where underlying inflation is. So we're just being careful because the economy is so strong and the labor market's so strong.
Yeah, right.
We think we can and should be careful as we approach that.
People working
And when
two
you
jobs
say
to make one
evidence,
income. Real strong.
What evidence? There's anything?
So just more, we'd like to see more good, relatively low inflation readings. We're not looking for better inflation readings than we've had. We're just looking for more of them. And what will happen is as we go forward, the 12-month inflation will continue to drop because it'll be lower than early last year.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to pick up on where Mr. Lee left off and reiterate the importance of the rulemaking on Section 956. This is an issue that I also raised with Vice Chair Barr, Chairman Grunberg, Acting Controller Sue, and I told them when they came before this committee that I will be asking for a status update on the rulemaking at every future hearing, because it's well past time, 12, 13, 14 years. If you are employed in a company and you are given a task, I would think that you will be fired if you don't get it done, and it has taken 12 long years.
That's how long she's
So
been in office.
you are the chairman of the Fed. How is the Fed working with other agencies to propose the rule?
There's a lot going on in regulation at the Fed right now. My understanding on 956 is that there have been discussions between the regulatory agencies, and I think it's not three, I think it's more like 6 agencies that have to agree. I have not seen a proposal. I think something is under consideration, but it's not something that's gotten to me yet.
I will ask the next time, and believe me, I'll be here.
She'll be
Thank
here.
you.
Lee yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr is now recognized for 5.
Mr. Chairman,
Wow,
good to see
Powell's
you.
my age.
You have said
He's
numerous
a year older
times
than I am.
that the capital framework is about right and that
Georgetown
banks are well
University.
capitalized. Do you still believe this?
One
do.
wife.
And
3 kids.
given that you believe that, and given the fact that the Basel III Endgame proposal dramatically increases capital requirements on banks, would a reproposal that implemented Basel III in a capital neutral way, could it do so without jeopardizing financial stability?
Could, I mean, hypothetically, yeah.
Okay. According to Latham and Watkins, 97% of the comment letters either opposed, called for a reproposal, or expressed substantial concerns about the Basel III Endgame proposal. And those negative comments came from across the ideological spectrum and from various interests. Without objection, I would ask the chair to
Good article
include that
on the
report into the
SMCI. I just put
Without
that up
objection,
there
I'd
on
ask
the.
the chair to include that report.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, did you see that report?
I did.
Does that concern you that 97% of the comments were negative?
We didn't do our own count, so I can't make an assessment, but I would say it's unlike anything I've seen.
The Basel III comment period
Yeah,
ended on the
Basel.
same day as the Fed's data collection on the proposal, which is an odd process since the data should have been collected far earlier, analyzed, and the results should have been available for the public to comment on.
I'll put the
before
contracts in
comment period
also.
ended. Why did the
Thank you,
Federal
Brad.
Reserve choose to do a quantitative impact study during the comment period for the proposal,
put the
foreclosing any
contracts in.
ability by the public to comment on the results of the study?
Well, I mean, the movie's not over. We are where we are.
The movie.
Vice Chair Barr did commit to putting the
Okay.
QIS out for comment. We will receive those comments, and those comments will be taken into
Nine,
consideration as
500,
we think about.
195.
Well, speaking of process, you've got your excellent general counsel right behind you there. And I don't want to get into privilege here, but have the lawyers at the Fed raised any process concerns or Administrative Procedure Act issues with the board?
Let me just say that we're committed to doing transparent and reasonable and data-based rulemaking in compliance with the Administrative Procedure Act.
Well, of course, giving the public the ability to comment on the quantitative data that has been provided obviously is consistent with good process. Sir, Governors Bowman and
750,
Waller, Vice Chair Hill, and Director
207.
McKernan all dissented on the proposal, and Vice Chair Jefferson expressed concerns with it during his statement. Under your tenure as chair, can you identify any other regulatory proposal which has elicited this much dissent?
No.
Have you in the past acknowledged in front of this committee that you will not move forward with proposals without consensus? You have acknowledged that in the past. And we appreciate that commitment to consensus. Have you achieved consensus yet on the Basel proposal?
5150.
Let me say, I am confident that we will, but that's a process that we're, as I mentioned, we're evaluating the comments. We're just coming to the place where we're going to start talking about the path ahead. And I am confident that we'll achieve very broad support on the board.
Mr. Chairman, do you agree
As
that
of now,
the
here's your
heterogeneity
contracts.
and business model diversity within the banking sector contributes to system-wide financial stability?
I strongly do.
And do you agree that a concentrated business model in the banking sector would present a potentially systemic risk?
Potentially, yeah.
And this is one of my major concerns with the proposal, Mr. Chairman, because by de facto repealing regulatory tailoring, subjecting Category 3 and 4 regional banks to one-size-fits-all standards that currently only apply to large GSIBs, discouraging securitization, which is the private sector solution for dispersing risk, eliminating the use of internal risk models, and transitioning the industry and regulators toward only a standardized framework actually would push the industry into a smaller and more concentrated looking industry. And as a result would, in my view, actually increase systemic risk and decrease market competition. Do you share that concern?
I think it's a real concern. And again, I think that's part of what goes into my thinking, certainly about the proposal and where it needs to go.
Well, given all of these concerns, we hope that you can commit to reproposing the Basel III endgame. We strongly urge you to take that into consideration. With that, Mr. Chairman, I.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch is recognized for 5 minutes.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. Good to see you again. I want to go a little deeper into the commercial real estate issue and the potential impact on regional banks. This morning, Scott Rector, who's a member of the New York Fed Board of Directors, released a white paper on CNBC this morning describing the trillions of dollars in commercial real estate loans that will come due over the next couple of years. Described it as a, quote, slow-moving train wreck, close quote, and, for our regional banks. He went on to predict that it will force between a little over 500 banks, thereabouts, to either fail or consolidate. He also described what he termed as a doom loop where, similar to Silicon Valley Bank, when people lose confidence, when depositors lose confidence in the bank.
So then the
they
mortgages
pull their
will be
money
bought
and
out
end up
like
in
what
a bad
happened in the
situation.
90s
Now,
with, or 2000, early 2000,
I don't believe everything
countrywide.
that I
Bank
read
America.
out here, but in Congress, we do tend to repeat it. Just wanted to get a sense from you. I am seeing in my own city of Boston, we've got 20% vacancy rates in office space. Rely on that for a lot of the tax revenues in the city. But I'm just wondering your thoughts on that issue. Is there a systemic concern here, or is this isolated? And might lowering the interest rates help some of those banks? Because I hear from my developers in our area that no one's lending. So, here, crack at it.
With all those high
So,
interest rates,
I
that's hard to
haven't seen
believe.
that report, so I can't comment on it, but I can comment on commercial real estate. So we've had a secular change in the economy, which has left office rentals in many places, office buildings.
Empty.
Demand for them is just significantly lower, at least temporarily, and perhaps for a long time. Also, the same is true for downtown, some places downtown retail that's associated with office workers. So it's a shock to the system, and we've known this for some time, and we've gone through the commercial banks in the United States, and so have the other regulators. We've done it jointly and identified the ones that have high concentration and are going to need to deal with that. So we've contact with those banks and talking to them about how they're going to deal with this. How are they going to absorb these losses? Do they have enough capital? Do they have the liquidity? Do they have a plan to do this? And is it consistent with their lending practices and that kind of thing? So it's going to be something we work through over a period of years. I do think it's slow moving. I think that part of it is right. You asked about 500 banks. I have no idea about that number, but certainly there would be some banks, probably smaller ones, that have these high concentrations. It's not the very large banks. It's really a manageable thing at the large banks. So I think that's what it's going to be. And it's a serious problem, and more serious in some locations and jurisdictions and with some banks than others. But it's one we'll be working through. I think that's how I would think about it.
Does the Silicon Valley Bank situation, Signature, the money moves so quickly in those cases. It was instantaneous. The velocity of money moving out of those banks really, I think, in some ways contributed to their failures. Are we looking at anything technologically that might be able to address some of that or mitigate it?
Sure. So we also, after Silicon Valley Bank, we got in contact with, worked with financial institutions that had high concentrations of uninsured deposits. So, and many of them have greatly improved their liquidity position. So that's the thing that we're working on. As you probably know, we're also working on some liquidity rules, which will strengthen our framework of liquidity rules. That's That's something we haven't proposed yet.
Let me ask you something off topic. So we know that Russia has about $300 billion in US. We've frozen assets.
Check a look at APM,
Russian
folks.
assets.
APM is
about
rocking
$300
out right
billion
now.
between US
APM is
and
moving.
European banks.
Keep an eye on APM.
You want to comment on that? What I'd like to see is us give that to
So
Ukraine.
it's
to be honest with you. I know
NKGN.
that's a very simplistic
Med,
idea,
forget about.
but I'm just wondering if there's
Forget
any
about
historic example
AISP.
that we
So
could
there
look
you
to.
go.
If
APM.
Congress has to take the necessary
Stock to watch.
steps to redirect that money to Ukraine so they can feed their people and fight that war.
This whole area of sanctions and foreign assets and things like that is really controlled and directed by the administration, by the elected branch of government. All we are is just a technical
Okay,
seat
so
around, in the back row to help. We don't make those decisions.
2.5.
I wouldn't comment.
I know you're big on history. I was just wondering if there's any examples out there that might provide guidance.
2.5 million
Gentleman's
flow.
time's expired. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you for being here. When I'm back in my district, Texas, I'm constantly hearing concerns surrounding the fundamentally flawed Basel III. We talked at length about that today, endgame proposal. These concerns are not only coming from my banking industry, but also from farmers, ranchers, small business owners who are concerned about how this proposal will impact the ability to access capital in the future. And to all of us, did it not raise alarms? We've heard about the 97% today public comments on this proposal, and they all came out negative. Americans across all sectors are worried about the disastrous implications that will follow this proposal.
Another one.
And
Keep
try
an
to
eye on
make
this
that
one.
known
This
to
is
banking
cheap
regulators
price.
who continue to ignore them. It's time for federal
NKGN.
regulators to take these concerns seriously, and quite frankly, just, I believe, start over. So I urge you and your colleagues to rethink the misguided policy and do what's best for American people, small business, Main Street America, and withdraw the Basel III proposal. Now, Chairman Powell, given the concerns raised by financial institutions against farmers, ranchers,
7.13 million.
and other communities across the country,
7.13.
can you elaborate on how the Federal Reserve is responding to and address these comments that are mostly negative and request modification, delay, or complete withdrawal of the proposal if possible?
So we're in the process of reviewing the comments. They were quite voluminous. They were very detailed, a lot of data, a lot of analysis, and that's just what we wanted. So we got those, and now it's a lot. It's hundreds of them, and we're going through them, and we're just at the point where we're about to begin then turning to the question of what changes should we make to the proposal. We haven't made any decisions. We haven't really gotten to that stage yet, but we only got the comments less than 2 months ago. So it's just we're at that stage. So we're looking at it. As I mentioned, my own view is that there will be material and broad changes to the proposal as we go forward. We haven't really made decisions yet, though. It's just a little bit early.
No decision.
Glad you're looking at it. I want to bring up the long-term debt proposal rule, which would require banks to issue enough long-term debt to cover capital losses. Now, Congress worked to pass legislation requiring the tailoring of regulations for the size of a financial institution. This is meant to protect banks of all sizes, allow for families and businesses in my district to have options to meet their lending needs. So the Fed's long-term debt proposal would undo any sort of regulatory tailoring and puts into place a new long-term debt.
There we go. Bingo.
Issuance requirements
Get the hit on the
regional
spot.
banks, which require these
There we go.
banks to issue long-term debt, both at the parent holding company.
I would have called the other one
EIDI level.
for
These regional
511.50,
banks
but
will
it hit already.
face increased costs when they are already facing towering regulatory burdens from this administration.
75 next.
Those are the banks that people do business with. So, Mr. Chairman, do you believe that this proposal rule goes against the requirements of
Sorry.
2155, the Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act? And will you commit to exploring this issue further with your colleagues?
See what happens.
So we're committed to implementing 2155. We believe that regulatory and supervision, regulation and supervision of banks needs to reflect their size and activities. And that's
Sometimes you
something
just
that
have
we
to have
consider as we
patience,
go
folks.
forward with
Patience.
this.
511.
Short time I got left. Americans continue to
65
feel
cents
the
in
pain
the
of
channel.
runaway inflation created
It's
by the
small,
Biden
less.
administration. As everyday costs continue to stay expensive. You know, I'm in the car business. We're inflation.
He's in the car business.
Running rampant in my industry. And the irresponsible and partisan American Rescue Plan forced in Congress by Democrats only made inflation a problem.
That's right.
Now American families and businesses have been forced to deal with runaway
Tell it the way it
inflation
is.
3 full years now.
I love when they do that.
Which has caused some major hardship so quickly. The ARPA injected nearly $2 trillion of deficit spending on an already struggling economy. And how does this type of inflated spending combined with economic headwinds like supply chain shortages impacting the economy? And doesn't this kind of reckless spending have actually fuel the pressures of inflation?
I think there were a lot of causes of the inflation we've seen. We saw this inflation everywhere in the world. So the reopening of the economy after fairly strong demand and constrained supply, you saw inflation in all the advanced economies. It was a little sharper here at the beginning. I think there's a role for monetary policy in that. There's a role for fiscal policy. There's a role for the pandemic, a starring role for the pandemic. Our job is to deal with it. That's what we've been doing.
Thank you for always keeping small business in Main Street America in your calculations. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Someone yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for recognizing in your opening statement the importance of immigrants keeping costs down. And I want to thank you and the administration for what has been an excellent 2023 economic report. We've got 3.1% economic growth, by far the best in the developed world. Headline inflation, 2.4%. And that's not a little blip, a 1 month number. That's for the whole of 2023.
Was another hit.
Compares very favorably
Like
with
that.
the
Finally.
pre-pandemic
It took a while to get
portion
this
of
one.
the Trump administration, when we had inflation of 3.5%. My goal here is to convince you to cut more and sooner.
Next step up.
Because for a number of reasons. The first is that I know, if you ask a constituent, they want zero inflation and zero unemployment. You know that we can't have that, and have concluded that the economy works best with a 2% inflation rate target. But I've looked at the history of that 2% number. It seems to come from Auckland, from the 1980s. And there's a lot of arguments that your target should be just a little bit higher. Larry Summers recently produced a study arguing that the cost of money is part of the cost of living. So we have this weird paradox where you're trying to keep the cost of groceries down by raising interest rates. But as the ranking member points out, the big issue is housing. And your measure of inflation seems to treat all Americans as renters.
I think the
even
big
though
issue is new
2/3 are
housing. Most young
and
Americans,
so
the American dream of
when
owning a house
interest rates
is
go
out
up,
the door right now.
that's an increase
And
in
it's
the cost of
probably
living
going to be 2
for
to 3
anyone
years
with an
out
adjustable
before they
rate
can even
mortgage,
think about it.
anybody looking to buy a house, anybody with
Because
a home
every
equity loan.
1%,
Obviously, we would cut interest rates a little sooner and a little more if your target was something
On
closer to
100,000
2.3%.
on
So I'll
interest
ask you,
brings in
is
over
there
$1,000 more a
substantial
month.
economic
Ridiculous.
analysis
So you can imagine it's
that
7% right now.
that your
If that's what
target
it
rate
is for
in the economy
housing,
would work
to
better
buy a house
if we
or
had
more.
a slightly
You
higher
can imagine what
target
the
than 2%.
mortgage would be. Who would want to take that kind of a rate?
Not
You're
really,
better off
no. What's
holding
happened
your
is,
cash
morning,
and,
CLO, but what's happened is
renting
that,
at this point. If you could find a
2%
place,
has
even
become
rents
the
are
global standard.
tremendously high. It's a renter's market.
I don't have any reason to think
It's a what do you call it? A
that's a
seller's
problem
market.
for the United States to get
I just sold
2%
my house
inflation.
for
We're at 2.4%.
huge amount,
now.
almost double more than what I paid.
Inflation.
But I could have tripled it with the house on
I
fire.
would ask
Anyway.
leave to add to the transcript of this hearing numerous articles that argue for something between 2.3
Ooh, he
and
lost his
even
hair.
3%. I'm not arguing for a size
Sherman.
3%. Let's look at Basel.
Sherman.
There's nothing free here. If the standards are too high, we lose economic growth. If they're too low, we have bailouts and bankruptcies. But I think everybody agrees that the standard should be well crafted. We've got a system where everybody drafting this is well dressed.
Congressman Brad
focused on
Sherman?
Wall Street, and you've got
That can't
Basel
be him.
rules that discriminate against
That's not Brad
Main
Sherman.
Street for Wall Street. I'll give you some examples.
Mr. Sherman?
65 basis. It's 65% if you're a publicly traded company. I'll make a loan to a publicly
Oh, wow,
traded
this is a
company.
picture of him when he
You
was
make a
younger.
loan to CalPERS, they're not publicly traded, without objection, like to put in their article under the record. And so they're in effect going to have a tougher time getting a loan.
Brad
A local
Sherman.
pizzeria is going to have a tougher time getting a loan. You've got in Basel III ignoring mortgage insurance,
which obviously makes the loan more prudentially sound for the bank and is very necessary for first-time home buyers. And you've got a system where if you make investments in long-term bonds on Wall Street,
You do well.
put them in the hold to maturity category, you don't have to recognize
Democrat.
the losses in mark to market. So I hope you'll look at these in terms of the competition between Wayne Street and Wall Street for bank loans. Finally, we go to clean energy investment. And I count on you to personally look at the paradox where Basel III treats clean energy tax credits much more harshly than low-income housing tax credits for no ascertainable reason. Yes, thank you.
Those times expired. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, thank you for being here today. Concerned with the small dollar credit.
For anybody that
businesses.
doesn't
As
know,
a
I'm going to
former
put this on the
business owner
board.
for 20
I
years,
think it's
can
called
attest
Basel
as
3.
the small dollar business credit becomes
See.
more expensive and less convenient.
And this will tell you everything about it,
Alternative
what it
financing
means.
for business purchases. These inevitably result in
I'm gonna
even
put that on
higher
the board in a
costs, which
second.
goes down to the consumer, which means that they're going to pay more for the services or the products. And in February of this year, total credit card debt reached a record of
I spelled it
$1.7
wrong.
trillion.
It's BASEL.
According to Intuit Small Business Index Annual Report, average monthly credit card balances were
I don't like to be
27%
incorrect
higher
about
in
things.
2023 than they were in 2019. What do you view as the driving force behind
There you go.
these record
Now
high
it's corrected.
levels of credit?
Part of it would be growth in the economy, so that'll be part of it.
There you go.
Since
Finally, here's the hit. Finally,
You know, I'm not
Okay.
sure, not sure
So
what that
here,
is yet. You know, people had
within one penny.
lots of extra cash during the
Boom.
pandemic from forced savings. They spent
Right
that
there.
down. Now they're
I'm still
borrowing.
going to leave it there.
I'm
And
not
here.
sure.
So if there was a rule to force banks to tighten lending, you think the rule would drive businesses and
75.
consumers to alternative forms of credit?
I think, you know, if you raise lending costs for banks, then at the margin, non-bank lenders, they'll get some of that business.
And if it becomes more complex or less convenient,
There it
businesses
is.
will turn to these alternative forms of credit card. I tell you that from experience. Yes.
There's another hit right
Well,
there.
I've called for the withdrawal of the Basel III Endgame proposal entirely. You commit to an analysis of how bank capital proposals like Basel affect small business credit access and small dollar lending before finalizing such proposals.
There's a lot of resistance here. About
Well, I can get to that.
885, 75 to
Let me look into
85,
that.
right there. There's a
There were
lot of
negative
resistance.
bill, but
We hit the
something's gotta be-
75 for a
We'll look at the
second.
issue.
But you feel it's important that we do have
We're at
understanding of the effect
65.
of small businesses, the backbone, it's the bloodline of our
They create the
economy.
jobs. That's what I do agree.
Okay.
882.
Chairman asked you for your thoughts on
Oh.
withdrawing or reproposing the Basel III Endgame
83.
proposal. Have you specifically discussed withdrawing the proposal with Vice Chairman Michael
85?
Barr or the other governors?
84.
So I
This
don't want to
is
get
right.
into our internal,
This should
you know,
be 885.
doings. But I will say that I understand it is a
Right below the.
live option.
yeah.
Again,
There
we're
you
not
go.
at a stage of being able to even have that discussion yet because we're not really, we don't have a, you know, got to
But the
decide
markets
first
are
what
moving
changes
up.
we think are appropriate.
Okay?
That'll
It's
take a
still up
little
there.
time. Then the question will be your proposal. What I said is, when we get to that point, if a free proposal is the right thing to do, we're not going to hesitate. It's a perfectly live option.
Can't believe it.
In the current environment we have, politics in this country, there's not a lot that you find bipartisan agreement on. It's fine.
That hit right
Some
there.
agreement.
Boom.
Withdrawing
Look at
that
that was so
proposal.
hit. 886.
Can you explain the importance of broad consensus at the Fed on proposals like these? Are you concerned with recent trends of disagreement among board members related to major proposals?
So I think we're going to get to broad consensus. I do. It's,
You
I
know
think
how
it's
you
very
day at this
important.
rate.
This is in our culture that we try to find common ground.
Right there.
We've been
Boom.
able to do that in the
There
regulatory
it is.
space, and I expect we will be here as well.
I'm committed to that.
Could it be
880, 887.
We're seeing
There it
this
is.
level
Boom.
of disagreement
887. We'll just take
because,
it for the whole thing.
extreme
Right
measures
there.
that are being taken
887.
now may not have been taken in the past. I mean, a total difference of opinion and understanding
It'll be
of
hard to
philosophy
hold.
regarding free market.
887,
what,
and it
Let's
just reversed right
speculate.
there.
I will point out that 4 of the 7 governors during the open board meeting, in which we
886.
put it up for comment, expressed real concerns, very specific concerns about the proposal, and said we would look at the comments. And
65.
that's what we're doing.
Feel that they have,
884.
validity in their concerns.
That was one of the
65.
factors, so yes.
With the few moments I have, there's a recent report of FinCEN working with financial
Look at that.
institutions to
Boom.
query
Another hit on
legal
Tesla.
purchases made by American citizens. Has the Federal Reserve been instructed within the past 3 years by Treasury or anyone else to search Americans' legal transactions?
The question is, I've been around. Where have you been? I've been doing
Illinois, Mr.
fine.
Foster's right, that's fine.
Mr. Chair.
Just doing what I do.
You know, this is, I don't know,
Five,
Mark, there's a
78.
near-term emergency to get 60 billion in military assistance to Ukraine. And
78.
separate from that, there remains a longer term
176.75.
construction assistance.
Went up another 50 cents.
So it's somewhat
Shit.
north of $400 billion. Now, at the start of
Right
the
there.
Russian invasion, free democracies in the world froze.
Where you been, Proby?
$300 billion in Russia.
I like that name. Where'd you get that name? The Sky Proby. House, you're in Pennsylvania? At the school? Still there? Are you getting an education? Huh? Anthony. He left already. Unbelievable.
But there are real concerns on the impact this might have on the central banking system, see the dollar, euro, so on. So my question is, have you seen just the act of freezing these assets, not seizing them, but simply freezing? Have you seen some effects on the currency of the dollar, central banking system? Is there any visible downside from the act of freezing that's visible so far in the 2 years since we've done it?
I can't point to any. I can't point to any.
Okay, so that's an interesting observation when we think of taking the additional step of actually seizing them, at least so far. Because, you know, to my mind, having them frozen is as violent as seizing them outright.
As violent as.
It's interesting that so far we haven't seen. Now, in terms of the Basel III and so on, there is it's a frustration I've had over the fact that directionally the effects of these are clear, but the magnitude of effects are not. For example, if you talk about the effect on the prices seen by derivative users of increased capital requirement, directionally it's clear. If you raise capital requirements, banks will withdraw from these markets to some extent. Other players will step in partly and take up part of the slack, and the spreads will increase and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Is the data that you've collected enough for you to actually estimate the magnitude of these effects instead of simply the direction?
I think it's really hard to get down to the micro level and try to assess that, because you're right, there would be multiple effects. But you do know, you know the direction, you know what the sign is.
That's right, but if you can avoid financial crises with a microscopic increase in prices seen by end users, that's one thing.
Microscopic.
If it's a very large
Mr.
difference
Foster.
in the price, so that the magnitude matters a lot when you're doing these balancing.
Who is
things.
Mr. Foster?
And a lot of it depends on, actually, you need a model for how the different market players will react.
Killing the floor.
Is that really not going to be in the scope of the analysis that you anticipate from the quantitative?
I believe we have done some work on that. I think the banks and other participants have done work on that as well. Come up with a range of answers. But
Bill
you know,
Foster.
They're just an awful lot of
Democrat.
variables in these equations. So it's hard to say with any confidence. That's why it's
That was Bill Foster.
it's
He's a
hard to-
Democrat.
the job of
in,
deciding
just trying to figure out
precise
where.
level of capital.
U.S.
a hard
Rep. Naperville, California.
Now with
Or
with 10 years, we've had two major
Thanks,
crises, with both the fiscal.
Oh, wait,
and
St. Petersburg, my own state, and I don't know this guy,
Are
George
there
Forster.
The lessons that you have
My-
learned now that,
it's my
you know, I
age.
believe, and it seems like
Shit, I hope I don't look
case of
that
we're
old.
kind of
I guess
approaching
I
back
do.
to normal.
70,
And we've
he's
seen,
born in
the
55, I'm born in
crisis of
54.
15 years ago, we saw what many people thought was an inadequate fiscal
Uh-huh.
response, that the fiscal response was less than half of the output gap. And
That
we
thing is stuck.
limited by political,
That's weird.
political will to do things. And then, of course, you were limited by the zero bound, what you could do for most of a decade.
There we go.
and
The thing was
long recovery.
stuck.
And the comparison.
Nobody told me.
You know, to the recent, the COVID recovery has been very sharp, and it's quite remarkably put us right back on that.
Next
track.
time
Are there any
the
lessons
camera
that you've
sticks,
sort of drawn
you tell
about
me.
The,
You.
the importance of getting the right balance of fiscal and monetary response to these shocks.
So we think about that a lot, and I think I have to say, to start by saying it's too soon to really tell, because the answers you would give today, picture looks very different than what it looked like a year ago. So, and a year from now, we'll be looking back and saying, we've learned so much more. So I think
Really?
the pandemic is still writing the story of our economy right
Yeah,
now.
probably is.
And we should just be prepared to be surprised with the next chapter, as we were with 2023.
Anybody
Very
here
strong
surprised
growth,
about what's
sharp
going on?
decline in inflation level.
Shit.
Strong. Very few forecasters had that.
I don't know why I just lost you
Gentleman's
guys.
time's expired. We'll now go to the gentleman from Ohio. Mr.
Too much
Davis.
going on in the internet.
Thank you, Chairman.
This is
Chairman
a
Powell,
speed
thank you
test.
for being here today and for your testimony. I'd like to start off, first of all, by completely echoing everything Congressman Barr said. A lot of us have talked about Basel III.
Another
and
Democrat.
I think Congressman Barr kind of nailed the thought process. I do hope
Mr.
you'll
Davison.
withdraw that and take the comments you've heard from here and so many others about the hazards with the current approach. But I'd also like to, address one of the other practices by the Federal Reserve. And it's the practice of paying interest on excess reserve balances.
638
held at the-
megabytes per
held with the Fed
second
accounts. It's
on
my
my
strong
desktop.
belief that rewarding banks with
Let's try
returns
this
for
one.
taking no market risk actually harms our economy, and it discourages financial institutions from lending money into the economy. Instead, they park it at the Fed. This has little to no impact on very large corporations, but it can have a crippling impact on small and mid-market firms.
Over
And we especially
400
saw this,
megabytes
in
per
the
second on
long
my
recovery,
laptop.
as Dodd-Frank
Almost
was
500.
implemented, in the Obama
I'm running a
years,
speed test now.
transition to
Don't know why I
Trump
keep getting
changed
kicked
some of
off.
that mindset with a lot of other policies.
477 is acceptable.
But we saw
Good
a
for
a
streaming.
strong surging economy. Our countrymen pay a price for this market distortion by the Fed in two ways. First, they're unable to obtain loans at competitive rates because the money's sucked out of the market. Frankly, a lot of them don't even have access to lending except through bank capital. It forces them into other forms of capital, equity capital, and others. Second, they ultimately pay higher rates whenever they have these alternative means of capital. And so today I've introduced a prohibition on the IOER Act, which would prohibit the Federal Reserve from paying interest on excess reserves. By eliminating IOER, we can begin to return our economy to the
Warren
undistorted free
Davidson.
market economy it's supposed
Warren
to have.
Davidson.
The alternative is you could simply raise
Or
requirements.
1970?
Some of those moral hazards when you do it across the board
Is that what Congress does here?
to with
Makes you
an
look
approach
old
like Basel.
fast.
So what's your case for why you should keep paying interest on excess reserves?
He's from
Well, as you know,
Cincinnati,
we don't see
Ohio.
the
Republican.
downsides that you're talking
Ah.
about. You know, banks have
Okay.
a cost of
I look
funds. They have
everybody
what
up.
they can
I don't
earn,
know who
and
they
that's what
are.
really matters is the spread.
And if they wanted to do it, they could simply buy treasuries on their own.
I guess it's
and-
lunchtime.
And they could do that independently. I suppose they're.
Have you all heard
independent
enough?
at the
Do you
Fed.
want to hear
They don't
more?
have to buy- they don't even
Somebody
have to
tell
put
me.
it on their own balance sheets
Do you
in
want to
the
hear
same way.
more,
They've got immediate
less, or
liquidity
just the
instead of
trading? What do you want to do?
overnight.
Because if you
So
give
I
the
don't
final
see how that's
statement, you may
different
not
from what they
see,
did already.
and then you don't know which way the markets are going to run.
Banks can earn
Right now,
much
it's
bigger
just,
spread
you
by
know,
lending
it's interesting
to
stuff.
clients.
There's a
So
lot to
their
learn from all
incentive
this.
is-
But how do you all
is
feel
always-
about this?
doesn't
Are you
affect
you heard enough?
They have cost of funds and they have
Hello? Anybody here?
reserves.
Is anybody,
That's good.
anyone
They're not earning a
listening?
profit on that. They can earn a much bigger profit by lending to small
Well,
corporations.
speaking of profit, I mean, the Federal Reserve isn't officially supposed to be a for-profit corporation, but you are supposed to pay
for your operating costs off of positive cash flow. And right now, the Fed doesn't have positive cash flow. In fact, the Fed has negative cash flow.
If I don't get an
So it's
answer
not
from
entirely
the board,
unrelated
I'm
that,
just going to turn it
the
off.
Federal Reserve operated at 114.
I'll listen to it on my own.
Loss in 2023.
Come on, pool boy. Swim over here.
$133 billion loss on its balance sheet
There
this
you
year.
go.
So it's
See? Someone's
You
got
know,
the balls to say, turn the
not
damn
the
thing
right
off.
approach, I think,
Where is
to
it?
be paying essentially that much out the next.
Oh, that's so much better. I want to hear some music now. Start dancing. Dancing, dancing, dancing machine. You got to get down. Do, 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 do. Don't sing, actor. Okay. So for right now, we'll get rid of that. If the markets are moving up, look, there's another hit right there. Boom. What are you all getting? I'm putting alerts out there on the board. You can see the next one, the maximum 511.85. Let's just put 512 up there because I think that's going to be the next hit on here is 512. So that's a 512 on the call. And then here, you can see there's a hit here. We already got that one. And you can see now we're talking about 887 is what I had, and we already hit it. 887. Let's just put this up to 45 for a second. All right, so get it out of the way. 8845. Why did that pop up on my, oh shit. All right, hold on one second. I'm gonna refresh the page. It's gonna get rid of everything. Just start fresh. There you go. We're there. All right, 847.45. And we've got 887 here. So let's put this up to 887. 887 is resistance. 887 is 885. There you go. You can see we went up another 35 cents right there. On the support side, there's a hit in here at 887.45. Just hit and came right back down. Boom, boom. See that? It hit and came right back down. So there's a lot of resistance there, right there, 887. So we hit as hard as 86. I'm going to put 85 in there for the next step up, okay? So 85 and 85. All right, 75, we already passed it once. They already saw what they can do. We're probably looking at 889, and I just lost you guys. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why I lost you. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. Let's go back into my lobbies here. Let's open this up. I don't want it open. It keeps opening. Can't keep it closed. All right, nothing I can do. All right. Oh boy, it's better, right? I was getting a headache from it. I really was. There was another hit right there. I didn't see it here. So you got another one right there. You see it? Right there. So there's a lot of alerts that I've been putting out, and they're hitting. So there's our support, our resistance at 178, 176.75, or the VWAP. You could really bring it up to about 177 on the VWAP. But I always like to leave $1.25, and then 178.25 will be our target right now here. For this, let's get rid of this for a second. I can feel it when I touch the, let's put that there. It was a hit at 85 right there for a split second. See it right above? But that's okay. I took it for the bottom below. And then we have here a 512, but here we got 511.90, and we already hit 92 one time. So let's leave it at 512. All right. So that's that. And then here we're going to put our resistance up to 511.85, where we're at right now. I don't know why I keep getting knocked off. Don't know why. Let me try something else. Let me get rid of him. Let me get rid of one of these. Boom. Let's get rid of this. Take care of that. Choose an alert. All right. Don't know why I keep getting lost here. All right. Let me just do this real quick. 85 is, I forgot what it was. That was this. 511.85. Take that off. This here. Put this up to about 1140. We have 85. 50 is 35. You want to put about 50 cents into that channel. And now you can see we're above the channel. We're a little bit higher here at 90, about 90. Let's just put up a little bit more. Let it climb with it. See where we're at. 512 is our target. Okay. everything seems to have calmed down because we don't know what they're saying at this point. I still have it there, showing more videos. Might be over. No, somebody else in there. Well, thank you.
Sir, I'm a retired U.S. Army officer.
Good for you. Okay, it's gone. Enough. Pool boy has spoken. Can you believe it? With 100 people in here, only one person gets up and says enough. He's got a lot of power, pool boy. I should make him a moderator. Okay, 65. 65. 497. I'm doing Meta right now. Meta. 65. 497, 65. And then here, AMD went up also. The markets are looking very strong right now. They are looking strong. Amen. Okay. I can turn you. You're here all the time. Yeah? Are you here all the time? 85. I need somebody who's here and who's willing to answer questions. 209. 209. I know I've seen you around. 209. Then you just got turned. You've been turned. We'll see how you do. With little we give you, how much you do with it. Okay, you can see right here on Pool Boy's job to take care of the wives when the husbands are away, right? I didn't say that. What movie was that from? Quite a few, I'm sure. 178.25 has been hit on Tesla. Tesla's finally starting to go up a little bit. We're going to do 178.50 now. That's the next step up. We're about to hit it. Boom, boom, boom. There's the hit. There's the quick. I think it just nicked it. I don't know if it hit it. And what do we put this up to? Boom. About 178. And let's put this at about 40. Let's put it at 40. Just put it right below. And then here, we'll put this up at 177. 177.15. And that'll give us the 25 cents. 177.15. That'll be the $1.25. Okay, everything here is set. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh shit. What happened there? Oh my gosh, what did I do? I hit something. Uh-oh. Hold on. That was weird. I don't know what I did. Oh, I know why. Because you got to remember to put the hand back. If you don't put the hand back, is that a mark or that's an arrow? Arrow's down. That's a yellow. See, if I change the color of the background, you'd see there's two arrows here. There's a red, a yellow, possibly even a black. You can't see them. I can't. I'm just so used to looking at them. Okay. Here we go. I guess everybody just went to lunch. Is it time for a lunch break? What do you think? Time for the lunch break. Rambo's gone. Rambo's my other, G. Wright's always here. Ladybug's here. Scalp guy. Pete. How you doing, Pete? I don't know if you can hear me. He's always in like 3 different rooms. He watches everything. He's like the eyes and the ears. Fund manager. Deck sometimes is here. He doesn't sit and listen to me. But, all right, what do we got? What do we got? Okay. Well, trading. I think it's lunchtime. I think that's the problem. A lot of people have gone off to lunch. Okay. It's good. Breakfast? Well, if you're in California, maybe. Where are you at? In Cali. There you go. That's what I said. I didn't even see it. I had something up. Then I closed it and I see the Cali. Yes, that's true. If you're in Cali, you're eating breakfast. Now, if you're somewhere in the, let's say, central, you might be having brunch. Brunch time. All right. Hot in this house. 13 exponential it is. NVIDIA is above the 13 exponential. 887. Look at this. 200. 600 on the 50 day. None of this even applies. 13 EMA is 799. Volume is low. Always low on NVIDIA, but yet it's consistent. And for the day, it's always significant. All right. 511.92, new high a day for the SPY. What is the high for the SPY? Let's see. SPY is 514.20 is the high. Boy, at the rate we're going, the some sort of statement. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. What do we got? What do we got now? All right, so we got another hit right here, and I think it's time for lunch. I think it's time to call this for lunchtime right now. And if we continue the way we're going, you will see some significant. We're looking at now, let's see, 179. I think we already hit, no, we maybe close. 179. Let's see if that it was a hit. I don't know. I was in the middle of doing something. 179, which is actually here. It is actually a hit. I think we hit it. And that should be the high today for Tesla. Nope, we still got more to go. All right. And what do we got here? We got 176, 178, 75. Let's put it up there. 75 is here. 178 is 177.50. That's $1.25 in there. Then here we have one more hit in here, and then I'm gonna call it for lunchtime. Really, because I've been on since 8:45 this morning. I'm not competing with what's his name. If he wants to put his whole day into doing this, that's great. Even Deck doesn't do it this long. Okay, let's put this up here and make this 889, 888. Let's just put 888 in there. I don't know if we hit it yet. 888. 888. Boom. It's very, very close. But right now we got 867, 887, 65. Let's see where that takes us. That's perfect. 887, 65 is 885, 65. So it went up another 65 cents approximately. Bing, like that. And then here we can leave this alone. We're good. I got 512. We hit 512.92. This is perfect. And then I think it's time to take a little lunch. Oh, I got it here. Okay. Look at that right there. There you go. Right. We had a lot of hits today. A lot of alerts did take place, especially with NVIDIA. As it was moving and moving and moving, we were calling them. I hate when they're this big. It looks like I did something tremendous, and it didn't. So let's take that back out of there. It was about here somewhere. Let's put it right there. It was a small one right in there. So when we hit it, I'm just going to leave it there. All right. So there's that one. Let's take this out. Put that here. This one here's got to be moved up. So we see here, we hit a high of 888. So we want to see, and there's the 890. We're moving towards it. So 889 is my upper target, and then 890. Okay. So we'll just leave it there. We were very, very close. But here we got 888 and 25 cents. 888.25 is going to be your resistance. And 886.25. 886.25 is going to be my support. All right. Anybody have any questions? Because I'm gonna take a lunch break or take any break. I'm just gonna take a break. And I think some of you are gonna do the same. All right, let's see. There we go. All right, out to lunch break, taking a break. Be back here about 1 o'clock. All right. Well, what happened to it? Oh, it doesn't open up. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. All right, guys. I will see you in a little bit. Any questions, just put them on the board. I'm the active trader. This is my world. And thank you for coming in and being a part of it. Sorry that Powell thing went as long as it did. And it looks like I just lost. I don't know how this got lost. Hold on. Auto. There you go. That was weird. Sometimes things just get lost. I don't know. See, you got to remember to put that hand back, because if you touch something, it can throw the whole thing off. All right, I'll see you guys at 1 o'clock. Bye. Did you see what happened? I was just watching. I had that 890 in there all morning with end of day, and it hit. I didn't even mark it. It hit at 890. Oh, there it is, 890. I did mark it. 890, and now I got it up to 895. That thing just took off while I was taking my break. So that was pretty cool. And that's just another proof that, I left I took all the rest out and I left that one there. And the proof of the matter is that you, as a new trader, the most important thing is patience. If you know what you're doing and you know how to read the charts, you will begin to understand that these things will hit. Look what's happening here. It's going up and up and up and up and up and up slowly. And I'm marking it as it goes along, right? So here we go, 179.75. Tesla's on the way up. So right there, you can see 180.45. That's good. 180 is going to be the destination, then 180.45. If we continue to go up, and if we look right now, let's get rid of this. I don't need this anymore. And Finviz, you can see, look at this, 20 something. Let me just refresh this page, and you can see right now, see, over 200 with straight green across. Look at this. Look at NVIDIA, Avgo. Poor Lily. Lily's not really happening today. There's a couple of companies there. Meta's doing well today. So you can look at that, bring this up, look at the top gain is. What is the top gain still? At 8 p.m. See that? Still happening. 11:25. All right. Let's see. Had NGM in there before. And then if you look at that 8 p.m., let's see. Where is it? What happened to it? Here it is. Right there. And what did it do? So it did go. It was up this morning. Yeah, it went to here, came back down again. So it is coming down, 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 creating lower lows, lower highs, lower highs, but not necessarily lower lows that bad. But it is coming down. Okay, and here we are. That's it, really. I just want to stop back. I didn't have any lunch. I've been on the phone all this time, taking care of business. All right, 511 and 75. Here, 511.75. Here, 511. Let's put in 25 and keep that 50 for right now. 511. There you go. Perfect. And here, look at this. Look at this. That's definitely a hit right there. 895 hit. 1, 2. Within 3 pennies is always a hit. All right. It's your choice to stay there or not. I would right now, if I was in there, I would get out. But it still might hit that and go over. And look what it just did. Hit there and just go over. Just like I just said. Bingo. So we know that right now we're still moving up. 895.75. 895.75. We're going to see 896 today. This is amazing. Look at this. 895.66. We're almost there again. This is beautiful. Look, there it is. Bingo. Bingo. Look at that. 896. Another one. Another crack at it. Okay, so what's the next one? 890. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, man, why do I always have to get punished? Damn, I get a spanking. Ouch. Why did that happen? I hate that button. Wish I could take it out of there. Wish I could take it out. Minus. Okay, now we've got 895. 896. So we've got 896 and 25 cents will be the next step up. I don't even need this end of the day or end of the week because we actually hit it. 896 and 25 cents. And we already passed it. That's a hit right there. So it's 50 now. 60. We already passed it. Look at this. This is amazing. This is totally amazing. So I hit it at 25. 25 is, well, it's right there below it. Okay, so that was another hit right there at 25, right there. Right there. There's your hit. And now we're at 85. Let's see what happens. Oh, there's 85. So my 75 is a hit too. There's another hit right there. Calling them as they go up. You should be in an 900 call right now. This is totally amazing. All right, there it is. 897 would be, well, it would be, yeah, 897 is 900 call. I got to change the actual contracts. Let's put this up to, we already got the 7. Let's put this up to 25. Wow, can you see 900 today on this? 900. 997 25. 900 is going to be the upper ultimate today. So like we take this right now and let's duplicate this. Let's bring this up. Ready? Okay. We're going to make this now 900. It may be off the chart, but that's going to be the, oh shoot. Come on. 900. Hand is killing me. It hurts so bad. 900. Boom. So that's there. There's your ultimate target. Here, we're going to take this. There's the 25. It's just going to hit right now. We're going to just take the ultimate out. It's going to be the upper target. And now we're going to change this to this. And there's the hit right now at 25. That's what I put. And I'll raise it up again. There it is, right there. For 1 penny. Right there. Boom. So let's put this now to, okay, sorry about that. Put this up to 50. 50. There it is. We already, oh, that's a pullback. There's a pullback here. All right, so we got a pullback. 897 to 895. There's your pullback. We had a lot of hits there. That was nice. So we're going to put this at 897. What did I have that at? 897 there, and put this, let's activate it, because we came back to about 5, 895, 896, 890, let's see if we get it in there, 895. Seem to be holding very nicely at 895 support. There you go. Beautiful. Look at this thing go. Wild. You should be looking at now this, 512. Was the high of the day. 512.25 would be a new high of the day. I think we'll see a new high on the SPY today at the rate we're going. And that's going to be beautiful. Let's put in real quick contracts, and I can take a little bit more time off because I really have given my hours for the day. All right, so real quick, let's put them in. We've got 512, 511 is correct. That really hasn't moved much. Let's go to trade. We've got 51.25. So I got 51.25 here, 25, and then I got, hold on 1 second, 51.25, and then I got 30, 51.30. Hold on. All right, I got that. I got that. The SPY. I got SPX. Is that right? Wait a second. Hold on. Something didn't look right. 51.30. Yeah, it's not. 51.30 and 50. I got it now. 51.25. Got it. I got it. Something moved. It shifted. Help me. It shifted. Okay. NVIDIA. We've got NVIDIA. We've got 895 becomes 900. And that becomes 870. Wait a second. If it's 900, is that right? Yeah. 890 is 900. So that becomes 895. 895. Do it one more time. 895. Do. Dot. Okay. 895 and 900. Wow. I can't believe these numbers. I wonder what SMCI is at. We got 215 right now. 215 on AMD gives me 212.50 on the put. Then the next one I got is Tesla. Tesla is 180. Let's see. 180.00. 180 and 177.50. 177.50 on the put. And then Meta is 500 and 497.50. 497.50. There you go. Here's your actual contracts at this moment. Okay. AMD, NVIDIA, 36, 51.30. Okay, looks good. And that's it. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that? I'm back. Did you miss me? I can't even get you people to talk to me. How the hell are you gonna miss me? Desktop. Let's see. What do we got here? I forgot what I was gonna put up there. I can't believe I was gonna put something up there. Oh yeah, now I remember. Jeez. Questions, comments, and concerns. Not that you're gonna ask me any, because you don't think I have the answers, and that's okay. I get it. I get it. What do we got? 895, 897. So here, 895, 895. Come down a little bit. 895, right at 896. Here, 896, and here would be 894. 894 gives you that $2 down. That's perfect. That actually is good. All right. Still think 95 still gives us 895 is 900, and 895 is right at the money on the put. If it goes below, it would be 890. It would be 890. All right. There we go. Come on, Tesla. Let's see you get up there to the upper VWAP plot. We've got 180. I'll take that. 180 and 178.75. So that's up another 75 cents. Tesla is moving. Tesla is moving. We want to look out right here, 180.50. So 180.50 is our target. And what we'll do here, I'll put a target back in there, duplicate it. Watch. Right there. So we're going to make this 180. Let's make it 45. And we're going to make this upper target, just target. Upper target is 180.45 or 50, whatever. Right there. Let's put this line on the right. Let's show it. Bingo. There's your upper target for Tesla. At the rate it's going, you can see it's moving up. It is definitely, it's creating higher lows and it's creating higher highs. All right. And though it'll take a bit to get a new high of the day, it's not out of the foreseeable. Okay. It can definitely happen. But there's a pullback right now. We've got a pullback in the market, which probably brings us under 200 on the Dow. Let's see. We're at 203. It looks like, there it is. See, 184. What did I tell you? I knew it would take us under. And NVIDIA is still the hero. It's either hero or zero. Take NVIDIA. You cannot lose. Ever. Okay. 497.50 is support for Meta. And that just dumped. It just dumped big time. Just as the SPY did. Look at this. What's happening here? 1328. 128. U.S. State Department, 2 sailors in Houthi attack on Red Sea was sadly inevitable. The U.S. will continue to hold the Houthis accountable. The U.S. stated the death of 2 sailors. Look at this. Look at this pullback. That just ruined everything. Takes all my targets off the board. All my targets off the board. Let's see if it returns. Let's do this. I don't want to touch it yet. It might come back. So bring this to the, wow, still going lower. 510. Let's go to 510. And let's call this a lower support. L support. Okay? L support. Right there. Let's see what happens. I'm going to leave everything and do the same thing here. It's going to come back. See, there's a low support at 889. 889. Duplicate it. Watch this. I'll get rid of them after, but I just want you to see. I don't want to move everything yet. 889. I don't know where it's at. 50? Let's see. It's close enough. 89.50 is a lower support. Lower support there. It came back. Look at this. All of them. This one didn't lose as much. Boy, oh boy, look at that. Look at AMD. They all got crippled on that last move. I'm trying to figure out which news did it. It could have been that news with the sailor. We're losing American soldiers. Okay, let's see. Let's take it. Why is this always up here? This is wrong. 5. What do we got here? 498. 498.15. Let's try that. 198.15. That's good. And this one here, oof. I don't want to bring this all the way down. 198.15 here, and then there's a lower. I'm gonna leave it to see what happens. Sheesh. I can't believe that whole market just dumped like that. Super micro, US state with AI demand. What happened to here? Let's just take a quick look at XM. There we go. Open this up. That pulled back too with the news. It was going up. You could see it was going up, and bam, he got hit like everything else did. I hate when that happens. Imagine if you're in an option like that and you go all in, you get killed. You get absolutely maimed on a move like this. This really hurts. AMD came down all the way to the lower VWAP. Okay, and so did this. Okay, let's bring this down to about, I think we're more level right there, 510. I think it was just an overshoot. 510. And we're going to bring this to right over 5, right there. 511 brings you right by the 13 exponential. Let's see what happens. It's still dropping. I'm going to drop this, remove it. Forget about lower support, but that's what it is. Unbelievable. Dropping. Ah, that killed everything. That's a lot of profit taking too. There may be no reason for this. There may be no reason whatsoever other than manipulation. Started to take their profits. Just take this away. Let's remove it. Take this. Activate it. Bring it down to 887.25. 887.25. Came back up to 887. 889. 889. 89. What did I say? 25? Not even sure. We'll find out in a second. Boom. This was 887.25. Should be 889. It's starting to come up. Good. Put it up here at 890.75. Brings us to 888. Let's just leave it there for now. And I'll take that one. And the ultimate is the 900. You always know that. I'm going to take this one away from now. We're still above the VWAP. Remove. There you go. And then here, I took everything away on the targets. It'll just be the upper VWAP plot there. And same thing for here. That's it. Too much work. Giving me too much work this way. Wow. Cannot believe that happened like that. Can't see it that way. Told you, VWAP or upper VWAP plot? 75. Still 85. Amazing. Out of nowhere, that was some pullback. What caused it? 1235, 1245, 1328. That's 120. That one would be more reasonable. How to be the spy? U.S. State Department on the death of 2 soldiers. And there was 1307. Fed Daily says policemakers are resolute, thoughtful, and data dependent. Well, we just gave you something to think about, didn't they? 28 sales was sadly, inevitably, U.S. will. News. U.S. will continue to hold the Houthis. Yeah, okay. Until we get Trump back, then we're going to do shit to the Houthis. Probably just give them some money and say, don't do it again. That's what this administration does. Wow. Blew me away. I did not see that coming. And that's why if you don't have stop losses in, you could get nailed to the cross. Twice over and hung upside down. All right. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, anything going on? Some in the other room go, that hurt. Done for the day. $190 got smashed. You see? All it takes is one contract, one stop, mess you up like that. You're doing so good, and bam, that happens. Ooh, you just want to cry. Now, do you stay? Will it come back up? Look what's happening. It is. It will. It will come back. Okay. Let me see if there's something there for me to eat. I'm hungry. I'll be back. Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Mm. Mm. What is today's date? Today is the 6th or the 5th? 6th. Right, starting to come back up slowly. Mm. Ooh, my back is killing me. Oh, I forgot to take. I got up to take ibuprofen and I totally forgot. I'm doing something else. Here we go. Oh, I did it again. I hate myself when I do this. Boom, boom, boom. Come on. Jerk. Why that pops up? Gets me every time because I know what to do and I move so quickly. All right, so there's that. We've got 894. 894. This would be 892.15. What do we got? 892. 892. So it is moving back up. 892. Right in the middle. There we go. That looks good. Here, spike went above a little bit. I've taken off. We're going to just use this, the upper VWAP plot here. Also, upper VWAP plot for 895. We're looking for 895 and 6. We were almost there at 900. We were just like 10, 15 cents away, right? 897. Actually, we weren't that close. $2 away. That was the ultimate. I brought it up after 845. All right, we're still good. Still good. And I got here on Meta. Meta's about 496.35. And then on the top, we got 496.35, 496, 497, 497. I'm going to put 65 in here. 65, 497.65 on the top. And I think I can do 65 on the bottom. Oh, it just dropped. Just dropped. Hate when that happens. They pull back on me. But it was cool. Nothing goes straight up, folks. Everything's pulling back. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Ibuprofen. Maybe. Okay, that's starting to work. And the market's pulling back even further. Wow, look at that. Right down to the VWAP. Right down to almost the VWAP. We got a triple bottom right there. That's your solid 75. 886.75. Solid bottom there. Here, what do we got? Solid bottom at 35. 509.35. See, solid there. This one's still good. We have a solid bottom there. 886 is 888. Go to the top, make it 888, and then make this 75. 7 minus. There you go. And it should work, and it does. Shows the top there. It always seems to work. It's amazing. And then here we got this 509. We're gonna do 509.85. Where does it bring us? 509 right there. I'm gonna do 509.85. Let's do 510. It brings to the 13. Yeah, right to the 13 exponential. All right, that'll give us how much? 65 cents. That's fine. Perfect. And let's minus out one there. There was a lot of alerts today. Look at that, like a Christmas tree all light up. But they were happening so fast. It really was. That was some day. Here we've got that's 177, 177.80, 177.80. Oh, down even lower. Okay. So pull back now. 177.60. 177.60 is 178.85. 178.85. There's your $1.25 right there. Perfect. There you go. And then we've got here on the top, we've got, bring this one down. Right there, we double bottom at about 495.10. 495.10 is 496.10. Boy, it was going so nice. Really could have thought we could hit some highs, but it's not over yet. I think it might be a little higher. Let's see. Let's go to 15 here. 15 to tweak a little bit before it moves on me. Oh, there it goes. 25. 25. All right, I want to see how it looks. 25. Perfect. Okay. I'll leave the bottom for now. And then here we've got right there 210.75. 210.75. 210.75 gives me 211.75. Yeah. 211.75. Are you doing this at home? You should be doing this. Don't be lazy. 211. I do it even when I'm not doing it with you guys, like in the mornings. So I know exactly. Someone says to me, I get phone calls. Where do you think it's going to go? I can look at it. I go, I can see direction, see here to here to here. We're forming higher, lower lows and lower highs. Lower lows and lower highs. Same thing here. Here, not lower lows, but lower highs. So it is holding its base. Let's see here. It goes down, it goes up, it goes down. But eventually it's going down, down, down. We are pulling back. We are pulling back. Market we should recognize that. And you see, and let's see if I do this where it's at. 92 is 92. So it is pulling back there. Google and Apple leading the way downstairs with Tesla. Not doing good. Tesla's had a rough road, very rough road. I think he must have overextended himself quite a bit. So. Yes, no, I don't understand the word he says. It must be me. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it, folks. I don't. I can watch. I don't get it. All right. It goes down, it goes up, it goes down. Nothing stays the same. Nothing. A lot of people having a tough ride out there. Hard to keep, as a streamer, it's hard to keep people in your place. I guess we're just neck and neck. And Jay's been doing real good. I helped him get started. I kind of talked him into this. He was really like lackadaisical about doing it. And I'm not sorry. I'm glad he is doing it. You know? Because there's gonna come a time I'm gonna retire. I'm getting close. My back's killing me. I'm in pain. I love doing it. I love helping people. I even stopped. I was doing a lot of one-on-one. I just didn't even fulfill all the phone calls, that I had to people who wanted one-on-one. $50, $60 an hour. And all right, here, edit, 10, 20. I got to transfer some money, 20. Okay. That's it. 900. Let's bring this back. I think that's still the key. Tomorrow we're going to wake up and that's what it's going to be. But let's bring this back now to 895. And it's 895. 895 is the number right now. 895. Boom. Right there. But I still think we're going to head for that 900 and eventually for 1,000 on NVIDIA. Now, you got to remember, NVIDIA is only one of 6 companies that have ever reached $1 trillion company-wise. So that's pretty incredible. I can't understand why it took this long for a company like that. That's involved in just about everything, every monitor we watch, probably cameras, stuff like that. NVIDIA is involved in everything. I look down here, it says NVIDIA. Sound card, whatever is it? NVIDIA, Intel, NVIDIA GeForce. GeForce is GeForce. GeForce. That's sound card, I think. For the sound. GeForce. Good cards. Okay. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Still rocking and roll. What time? 2 o'clock. And what time did I put that out? 1:30. For another half hour. I wonder how they've changed. Let's see. We got one Tesla is 177. What do I got here? Tesla. 180. 180 is still good. It's right at the money at 177.50. 170.50 for the puts, right at the money. You can go 175 if you want. Meta, I got it at 500. We're down. It's still 500 because we're over 495. And then we got 497.50. That's 495 now. So I guess I should change a few of these. I'm going to go out of the money on some, and like really just one or two out of the money. So like I just said, let's go back to Meta. We've got on Meta 497.50. Is that what do that? Hold on. 500. Yeah. So we got 497.50. Gonna go up so fast. 497.50 on the call, and I'm gonna go to 492.50 on the put. Then Tesla, we've got 180. I'm gonna keep that, but I'm gonna go 175 on the put, which is because we're right at the money the other way. I think it'll not only be cheaper, I think it'll be a good contract. Okay, what did I write there? 175, I mean, 175. Then I've got AMD. AMD is going to be 215. So it's not really, it's going to be 212.50, 212, and what do we got? 212.50, and then 210 for the put. 2, 3, 4. NVIDIA is now going to be 890. So we got 890, 890, and then it's going to be an 885. 890, 885. Yeah, that's correct. 885 on the put. And then I've got, that was on Friday. All those were Friday's contracts. Then we have SPX, which is on today. SPX now is 5105. Wow, that went down a bit. 5105 and then 5110 on the call. 5110. And then on the SPY itself, we've got, wow, that just went down also. Went up and it went down. 510 on that and 509. There you go. And here's your contracts. You'll see they have changed since 30 minutes ago. And that's why I tell you every 15 minutes, if you're not in a contract, then you need to look at the trade. You need to look at it before you go in. Now, I can just look at the price of a stock and I know exactly what contract I got to put on. I can write my own contract. That's easy. You could too. And I've showed people how to do that before. Okay, let's see. Yeah, come on. There we go. Let's bring this down to 176. Oh, shit. 176. And let's go 75. It's a little lower than it really is, but I'm going to go there. 176.75. And this is going to be 176 or 178. Let's see what it looks like. 178. That's good. It's fine. I'm just overcompensating here, which is fine. Just a little bit. And that is good. I'm going to go run to the refrigerator and see if I can. I got to. How's that go? I got to catch that. Hello. Refrigerator. Who was that? Who the heck did that? Men at Work? I used to love that song. Okay. I will be back in 2 minutes. Just want to grab something, put in my mouth. All right. Okay. Some water. And I grabbed 3 chocolate chip cookies. I know I shouldn't, but they look so good. And they got these little white things inside of them. Chunks, white chunks. Yeah, it's delicious. These are no good. If you tell yourself they're no good, you don't gain as many calories. Okay. Why does it goes down? It goes up. Wow. Sit still. Got close there. We're $1 away. 50 cents away. $8.95. Here we just want the VWAP, which is 510.50. That's our mark. Mhm. 5 cents. Them is good. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I love sugar. So bad for you. What a day. I could put this on a 5 minute, but then you'd miss that day. Oh, this one here's on a 2 minute. Let's see a 3. Changes everything. There you go. That's on a 3 minute. Look at that. Down, down, down. Up. A lot of red down. A lot of red down. Yeah, just consistency. Not bad. It would make it easy to stay in, but it could be very scary on those big drops if you go in the wrong way. Like here, you're going up, you think it's going up, and boom. That could really hurt on 3 minutes. It could hurt a lot. You got to see some of these moves where, let's say, not necessarily on the SPY, you got 511 down to 509, $1.70. But here you got from 896, let's say, down to in just 3 minutes to 886. That's $10. How much would that hurt your account? Even on 100 shares, $1,000. 100, one contract. That's why I like to leave it on 1 minute when I trade sometimes, because I don't want to take those kind of losses. I get in, I get out. I take my profits when it's available. It's back to 1 minute. Okay, I got 890.65, 892. Make that one 65. $2. Doesn't have to be exact, but we want to get an idea of where we are in this channel. Could be a little bit higher here and a little bit higher here. So let's say we put this on 893. Let's go back up to 893. That makes this 890. There's your $2. And see how it falls right into place on the 13 exponential and almost the top. It could be another 10, 15 cents up, but that's good enough. It gives us channel and position for where we are in the channel. Now, I don't like to play breakouts here. We are starting to go back up again. If you look at this entire area here, okay, right there. So from here to here, this way, we're going up this way and this way. From here, we're still coming down because you got to here, to here, to here. That would show lower highs, all right? But here, we're starting to show higher lows. So if the lows exceed the lower highs, then eventually we'll get the highs. It'll come back. Let's see what happens then. but I don't want to guess at this point. I have a target for going up. My target going down, of course, is the VWAP. My VWAPs are always in white. Why do I do that? Because it's neutral. Above it is bullish, below it is bearish. Okay. Then we have the 13 exponential with a cloud in it. That cloud, if you look at that cloud, which is a free, I don't know if it's still in here. They come off every once a week, and I have to put them all back in. Alerts are gone. I got to put them back in. I'll do them tomorrow. I'm not in the mood right now. Hate that. Wish it would stay until I want to take them out. All right. 895. We could go down to 894. Would put us about right there. 840, 94, 45. And then the next one will be 895, 45. 894, 45. Let's do this. 0.4. That 94.4. And then it's $1 up from there. If it should hit this place right there, see that right there, that's 894.45. Then we have this one here at 895.45. It'll hit that one. That'll be the second one. All right. Get it right on. There you go. From there to there. Then from here, let's do it to right there. So you see, I took it from here up and from here down. You can see. And if I go in the middle here, there's more to the top than the bottom. I think it's going up. And you see that there's a little, there it is, right there. Boom. So we just hit that first one I put there. There it is. So already, there it is. There's my first alert for the afternoon. There's one there. All right. And then I told you, if we hit that one, then the next one up would be the 5, and then 45 the other way. Hold on, just do it this way. 895. And same thing here. Okay. 3. 895, which is there. We didn't hit it yet. That's below. That's when I hit the 45. So we want to see if we can get to the next one up there. I don't think it hit. 895. Oh, look how low that dropped right after that. It hit that. That's amazing. I can't even get that far back. I can't even get it. Doesn't give me enough. I hate that. Okay. It hit and quick pullback. It was exactly where I said it would go. So, all right, let's get out of here. Put this down a little bit more. What we're going to do, we're going to activate it into the next one here without going over right there. So it's pulled down a little. So that shows the pullback. Pull back, push forward. Okay, that's what we're looking for right now. We're looking for pullbacks and push forward, but with good support. So right there, we've got like 63. I'll make it 60. There you go. Okay, even more pullback. More pullback. I don't like that. Too much. What do we got? We've got 889.15. That's still. So you got 889. Let's see if we can hold that. 889. We had 888. 889. I know we went below, but I don't see if we can hold this. 888. It's not even right. 888. We had 880. 888. It was down. Wow. That came down really low. A lot of manipulation here. You have to understand the manipulation. Look how far back up already. All right. 25. And then right straight back up. Boom. Right back up to here. $13 exponential. 890. 890.95. Let's see. I don't like it. Very wide. A huge channel there. Very, very huge channel. Coming right back up again. You see? Pulls all the way back. Push. Let's see if we can get further than this. Then we will hit that 895. We just missed it. I got it on the other one. It was 894.45. Then I said 895.45, but I put it at 895. Let's see. We were just shy. It looks like it hit, but I think it was just shy. Wow. Right back down. Right to the lower VWAP plot. Oh, I did it again. It's like instant. I can see it. I can see it happening. And it's like I can't stop it, you know? Like I'm on some sort of a drug. I can't stand that. I hate that AutoZone. Know how to use it. 13 exponential right there. 509.55. 508.55. There's dollar. Not saying it's correct, but it's in there. There you go. And this has come back. I told you it would. The pull back, spring forward, move. Right there, about 889.25. Perfect. 889.25 becomes 891. 91.25. There's your $2. Right there. It's a little bit higher. Going up. Going back up. Look at that. 75. Just keeps going. Let's see. We can get that 895 again. What do we got today? We have Meta up $6.09. We have APM. APM, that's a good one. APM. What was that first one? First one was, oh, it's Meta, yeah. Meta. APM is up $9.83. That's a stock I put up earlier. The first one, I said, keep an eye on that stock. Mara is up $1.14, but it's really down as far as I'm concerned. Tesla's down $4, and here we've got buy. And next, I've got NVIDIA up $32. Boy, could you made a bundle on that stock today. 32. SMCI is up $50. Could have made a bundle of that. Not cheap. I think that one's about 30 something dollars per share on options. Very expensive. Okay. And let's see. Okay. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. All right. 10, 15. 10, 15. There we go. There we go. Gonna see if we can reach that 895 again. Remember, but watch out for that large drop. And if it does, and everything else drops, then you're going to know that NVIDIA is leading the road. And if I look at Finviz, what does it tell me? See how red Tesla? Wow, red. But look at NVIDIA. See how green? Whatever this does is pulling things up and down. That is sometimes the SPY is leading certain stocks. Sometimes certain stocks are leading the SPY. Today, I have to say that NVIDIA is actually pulling, and it's pulling, tagging, tugging on the SPY to follow. And if you look at the picturesque here, look at this, down, and look how it went up like a bull flag. Down. See the bull flag here? And if you go across, you see you got 1, 2, 3. You got 1, 2, 3. It's the same thing. This is actually the SPY you can see, and then you'll see the high up here, which would be here. So if I go with 1326, what do I got here? 1329, 1326. you can see whatever this is doing in here is affecting the spy. The spy. If I took this and I just made it just right and I put the picture right over it to translucent, you'd see they'd almost fit together. All right. You can see that NVIDIA is doing the pull. And if you look also at Meta, the same thing. You see it? 1, 2, 3. You got the same thing. 1, 2, 3. And here's the high at 1326 right there. Very, very close. 13. There it is. 1326. You've got the same thing. It's not 100%, but it's pulling. It's pulling Meta to do the same thing. It's NVIDIA that's doing the pull today. And if you can realize that, you can see that, then you can learn about manipulation. You can learn how to utilize manipulation, and nobody else teaches you this. You're not going to find this anywhere else. All right. If you can learn how to deal with the manipulation, you can learn how to make a lot of money. That's the truth. Next week or so, I expect to put some money over. I have the money. Showed you. I just been sitting back. I could be trading, but when I do, I'm not going to sit here and have you follow me step for step because there's a 4-second delay, and I can't stand that. And Deck's not going to give me the software. He wants to charge me for it when I'm helping him to build his dream. So the fact is, I'm not doing it. I'll just trade on my own. And then I'll come back and say, hey, I did this, this, and this, like AK-47 does. Oh, I'm up $1,000. Well, nobody saw it, but he is. I believe him. But the thing is, if we found out as good traders, it's better for us to trade by ourselves first. When you try to show people what you're doing when you're doing it, you are not totally concentrating. You're not doing 100% for yourself. So if it comes to doing 100% for me or 100% for you, hands down, I got to do what's right for me first, okay? I don't get paid much to do this, but I do it. And I give a lot of my time extra than I'm even paid for. And he knows it. But the fact is, I enjoy it. I love what I do, all right? If I was going to complain, I just wouldn't do it. I can just be a moderator for his group and take my $200 a week, whatever it is, and my free whatever. Because when you're a moderator, it's free. I don't have to pay for Tradecaster. And I wouldn't want to be outside of Tradecaster. I know there's great Discord rooms out there, and there's whatever, Warrior Trading and a bunch of others. I love Tradecaster. I've been here a long time. And I have found that I can get everything I need right here in this community. If you're smart, come to people like me or AK-47 or Kush in the morning or whoever. There's a lot of good traders in here that are moderators in different rooms that are just throwing out alerts. If you get 1 alert a day, it pays for your entire month. If you get 30 alerts, then look how much further. And look how many alerts I put out. If you're quick enough and you're ready and you know what you're doing, make sure you know what you're doing before you do it. If you make sure you know what you're doing. I don't see enough people here asking questions. So I got to figure you all think you know what you're doing. Okay, I'm willing to bet that half of you have no clue. Really. I'm sorry to say that. And I wish, and some of you are better traders than I'll ever be. And that's fine. That's okay. We're here as a community to help each other. Thank you, Adrian. If it wasn't for you being my first friend in here, I wish you'd call me. I'd love to talk to you. Last time we talked, you put me on hold and disappeared. So call me up. I'll take some time right now. You know? Love talking to my brother, Adrian. He's the brother of, there you go. That's not, holy crap. My other phone rang. Hold on. Hello. They're all trying to buy that property that I sold. Hey, Adrian, what's happening? You want to see the good news? Send your private message. You're going to love this, buddy. Hee hee. What do you need? Come on, what can I get that baby? She needs something. Where the heck is my Discover? Here we go. T-I-S. What's the baby need? Call me in a few. Oh, the message didn't go through. What the heck's wrong with that message? It won't go through on here. Huh. I don't know why. Let me see something. It was in here. I'll tell you what. I'll do it this way. Okay. Copy. Let's go to Vegas. Take a look at the account. You ready to go? That plus the cash I got and the cash from this house, I'm off. I told my wife I'm leaving. Goodbye to everybody. I'm going to the Bahamas. I'll live off the rest of my life there after my surgery. Adrian from you. How's the baby? I was in the ER for a couple of days. I will call you in a few hours. In a few hours. Okay, he won't call me. I wonder why were you in the ER? What was wrong with you? What did you take? Take off that damn fentanyl. Hi, Dazzle. Dazzle's here. Hi, Dazzle. Come on. Daddy. Wow. It's pretty cool, ain't it? It's all mine, too. My man. What's up? Look at the numbers in here. I had 140 people in here earlier. Deck's gone. He's in Utah trying to be a Mormon. Whatever they say. Hi, baby girl. My cat's here. I got a tail between my legs. I love my girl. Anything ever happened to her, I'm out of here. No more cats. I can't take care. I can't do it anymore. Wakes me up at 4 o'clock in the morning, but she's worth it. My wife knows better than to wake me up. Okay. Dazzle, are you trading, Dazzle? Dazzle, are you here? Are you doing futures? I know you're probably working, but are you doing futures? I wanted to talk to you, but you don't talk to me anymore. I'm shocked to see you're in here. Let's see, what do we got here? We're gonna edit this up to about 15 on the SPY. So if we got to 15 here, we're gonna move this up and we're gonna put it right about right there at 509.25. Bingo, bango. It goes right there. We had a lot of hits today. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on the SPY. So I had 12 hits on the SPY. This I couldn't keep up with fast enough. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 21, 22, 23, 4, 5, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Well, that was pre-market. So 29. I don't count pre-market. So 29 and 12 is what? 41 and 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 59, 50, 51, 52. You got 53, 54, 55 calls today. Well, calls and puts on alerts. 55. And I think I missed about 4 that as it dropped, it just reversed. A couple of points, less than 10 cents, but they reversed. So out of 54, I lost 4. So out of 58, let's see what that gives me. So you take 100, divide that by 58 equals times 54. That gives me about 90 something, 93%. Always 90% or better on my alert calls. Now, it doesn't mean that those 4 were wrong. It just means as I go lower, and I think it's going to go to a certain point, when it reverses, you know, and it goes, I say it goes to 500, but it goes to 509 cents, and that's where the reverse is. I wasn't wrong. I just didn't complete it, okay? Still, it's enough for you to make money, and that's the point. I gave enough alerts today that people could have made a lot of money. But the thing is, what I'd like to teach and do a class on is showing you how to be ready, how to set up. And I have what's called like a 6-in-1. I'm going to bring it over right now really quick to show you what I trade from myself. I have a couple pages like this. This is a little bit different, all right? And I'm going to show it to you. And it looks like this, all right? This is on my other page. You know, give me 1 second. I got to get back so I can see the room. There we go. And of course, when I move it over, everything disappears. So I got to fix it. But it's all in here. See, there's my SPY. Here's my Tesla. And everything I do, all the lines, they connect over. Here's my contracts. Now, I put these in this morning. If I look over and I wrote, it says 5110. And so I got to change this right there. So you see that? That should be 51, let's say 5105. So I just go 5105. There it is. So there's this contract. And I just move it over and there it is. 5105, $7, 5110 here, right? So let's go here. Let's see, 50. If I'm if I'm trading, I make sure I do this all the time. But I don't change them during the day because unless I'm trading, it doesn't matter. So like right now, this is ready. And if I drop this down, look over here, and you'll see it says 5 contracts. It's always defaulted. All mine are defaulted at 5 contracts. So I do 500 shares regardless. Now, this is SPX. This is Tesla and SPY. I don't trade them. I trade only the contracts. And here is the SPY. So if I want to do the SPY, now if I want to change this, I can change this. And let's see, the SPY right now is, let's say SPY is 510 and 509. Actually, it's correct. It's what it was this morning at that time that I put it up there. And it's gone up and down a few times, but it's correct. So if I want to do 5 contracts, I just hit the auto send, and then I hit this when I'm ready. I don't want to buy market, so I do it this way. I buy limit orders, okay? And if I want to be a little further, let's go for a second, and let's look at SP. That's the SPY, right? Let's go look at the SPY real quick, and I'll see the SPY says it's, here we go, 509 and 510. So actually, this is correct. It's 509 for the put, 510 for the what do you call it? For the call. So I'm all ready. So all I do is hit this button. As long as the auto send is on and it says daytime, I'm ready right now to buy 5 contracts. So I watch this. I buy it at 63 cents. When my sell price is more than my buy price, I got to figure out how much I want to go. So I can do it from here. I can do it from anywhere. So if I even go to here, all right, I can change this, right? Just by going to color code. So let me go back there for 1 second. Hold on. Right here. So you can see the color code here is blue or this color. So if I'm doing a put and you see that 3, all I got to do is be anywhere. I could be right here. And all I got to do is go to number 3. And here I'm on my contract. If I can't see it, I just got to go like this, auto. And there it is. And the only thing I do is I take this out, remove the theoretical study. I don't want that in there. There's my put. If I want to change this, I can just go right here real quick. And I can just make that a C. Watch this. C. And I can change it real quick to 510. All right? Because we know. And there it is. And there's my contract. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And every time you change contracts, it'll put that back in. So I just remove it for the call. All right? Now I got the call. There's the call, 510 for the spot. And I'm set up for, watch, 5 contracts. So if I go in here, single, that's no good. Yeah, good to cancel. All right. 5 contracts. Just put the auto send button on. I'm ready to go right there. All right. I usually have these set up. I don't see it in here right now because I don't really trade out of this one here. But usually I have in here, and I can add them. You just go in here, and I can add in buy, sell, buy market, sell market, and then I can put in limit orders, but they're already down here. So the minute I put this into a contract, there's the contract price right there. All right. And when I want to get back at it, and if I want to go into the other one, watch this. Purple, that's the put for SPX. Here's my SPX contract. And if I want to be in the call, I'll be in green. And there's my call contract. And I'm all set on SPX. You see, if I bring it across the top, oh shoot, I lost you guys. What happened here? Oh my gosh, what happened? What happened? Hold on. Sorry about that. I lost you guys for a minute. I lost you guys. What hell happened there? Okay, so you see I can switch those, and then I can go back to my chart the way I had it set up, and just go to unlink and go back, and then I can put my SPY back in here, which is right over here. So you see I'm all set up at all times to trade, all right? I can do it from here. I can do it from here. I have different setups. I have 30 different setups that I can use. The one I like the best, but I have to change everything to do it. So when I'm working with you guys, I can't actually do it, is a 4-box. I have actually what's called on the top right, I'd have not time of sales. I'd have the active trader, just an active trader itself. Then the next one would be a chart, and then below would be 2 more charts, okay? And each one is separate. So I can put in for an active trader, the Tesla. So when I'm trading, I can see it. Oh my God, I missed you. I'm sorry. That's not me doing this. I'm so sorry. That is the actual being thrown off the internet. All right. I got probably too many things open. So let me just get rid of this. Let me get rid of this one. Just wanted to give you a peek on it. But there's other setups that I have. All right. And if I was able to show you, I don't think I can do it from here. I have to bring them up like from here. I cannot bring them in here. Let's see. No, I can't. But if I had that other setup, like I'm telling you, I can change them. When we see the setup button on the top right, I can change it from there, but I can't change it from here. I have to bring them over. It's just whole different when you're doing it this way and you're teaching people what you're doing. But I have about 20 different setups. So like if you went into here, let's see, and it says drawings. Let's see which one I'm looking for. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. I got to think about this. Come on. I don't think I could do it from here. Drawings. Remove. No, it's remove drawings. I know it's in here. Let's see setting. You know, like when you do the watch list, I'll show you something. If I have my watch list, maybe I'll show you from there. When I want to change a watch list, I go in here and it goes, says personal. There they are. See all these? These are scanners. These are all my scanners. But if I want to go into, let's see, change losers, futures, there's a way to pull up all those screens that I'm talking about from here. I got to figure it out, and then I can show you. IV shortable, but these are more scanners. I want to show you how my setups are different, but it changes everything. And if I do it in the middle of the day, it's a, oh my God, I got to get out, get back in. It's just crazy. Deck became a Mormon. Haha. That's probably the reason he bought his house there. No, he's actually selling the house there. He's making a profit, and he made a profit. I think he bought it the wrong time between you and me. And though he probably made money on it and he can sell the house for more than he paid for it, it's like every time he buys a Lamborghini, he sells it within 6 months and makes a profit. You know, Deck's smart that way. So he doesn't care. He knows he's never stuck. Deck's a smart guy, you know, 31 years, 30 years old. He's worth millions of dollars. You know what? Knock on wood, give him kudos. He's a great guy. He really is. And he does a lot for a lot of people. He does, you know. I don't really like this whole setup with all the streamers. I think it takes away from what he does. I'd like to see him more in here. But I think his idea is one day to walk away and have the place run itself. You know, he'll find another deck that'll work for him for $1 million a year and whatever. And he'll just do his thing, you know, and build up 7 streams of revenue. If I found this 5-6 years ago, but if I found this at 40, 45 years old, I had a lot of money back then, I would have done things totally differently. I'm not going to go out on my own and do this now. You know what? You don't want to see me. I don't have that. I have the energy, but it's different. It's just different. How many here think they can go out and do this for themselves? You know, and build up a, you know, he started with nothing. You got to give him kudos. He made some mistakes along the way. I've watched his whole trading change as time comes. He used to just always go long. He never shorted. Somebody tried to talk him into shorting. He just wouldn't do it. Then finally he started doing it. He stopped going long. And he became one of the best shorters I've ever seen. He went from 150 to 250,000 of income a year trading to 550,000. And then he went to options and didn't know what the hell he was doing. Seriously, he doesn't. He can know basics of it, but he's not the greatest options trader. You know, you can't take the same kind of risk with options when you got 100 to 1 leverage. But you don't have to lose anymore just because you got 100 to 1 leverage. You just have to know how to use that leverage to your advantage and be able to trade stocks that you ordinarily would never be able to afford. Right, Dazzle? Where's Dazzle? Dazzle. I know she's still in here. Being an option trader is 1, timing, then 2, strategy. Well, it's a little bit more than that. It's more than timing. I think one of the most important things that you need to know is how to trade, first of all. That's number 1. You need to be able to read charts. Be able to read charts. 3, you need to be able to charting. If you don't know charting, okay, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you need to stick around. Charting. Then you need to know support and resistance all the time. My support resistance is way different than what do you call it? Than TOS. They have a program for that, and theirs is always higher than mine and lower than mine. I've tightened it up to make it easier so you always know where you're at. Support and resistance, charting, and then yes, timing. Timing. Your timing is so important. That's why I don't want to live trade when there's 4 to 6 seconds before you hear me. Watch this, okay? I'm going to show you something. Right now, 30. At 2:41:30, I put up my finger. Let's see how long it takes. 35. That was 5 seconds. That's pretty damn good. 5 seconds, all right? So by the time you hear me that I'm getting in, it's 5 seconds. Then if I get out, it's 5 more seconds. You've lost 10 seconds. 10 seconds, sometimes the average I'm in a trade is between 12 and 35 seconds. So if you lose 10 of those seconds going in and out, you miss the trade. So do you understand? So here's just a few of the things, okay? And another thing is, and let me see, I got a few more things I want to put in here. Algorithm. Or ITH, I don't know how to spell it. EM? Algorithm. Okay, spelled it wrong. Let's see. You got to become part of algorithm. You got to learn to become part of the algorithm. If you can figure the algorithm of a stock, okay, and then the last thing is, well, there's a lot of things, is SMM, and that is not a sexual position. That is stock market manipulation, and you won't find this kind of teaching anywhere else. It's not a vibrator. Stock market manipulation, knowing when a stock's being manipulated, how it's being manipulated, and then learning to become part of that algorithm. So that's why I say in the morning, don't just jump in at 9:30 in the morning when the bell rings. You're gambling. You don't know. You might make a great deal of money or lose. And then if you lose and you're down, can you afford to hold on till it comes back? And do you know if it's going to come back? See, knowing these things, becoming part of that algorithm, how to trade, being able to read charts, charting, algorithm part of, SMM, stock market manipulation, support and resistance, and that timing, okay? If you can't learn to do all of that, and the strategy that he's talking about is fundamental strategies that we learn, how to read candlesticks. I talked to 3 people that I know are trading big time in the markets. SMCI, trading with Mara, trading SOX, SOXL and SOXX. And these guys, I'm talking about they go, candlesticks? What's a candlestick? They have no freaking clue. They're freaking gambling. I can teach you how to take your gambling and bring it to another level, okay? I really can. Forget about how good a trader or not I am. What I can teach you is how to become the best trader. And I've done it with a lot of people out there. And Adrian knows me, okay? He knows my wins, he knows my losses, and he knows I'm not bullshitting you. I don't come in here to dazzle you with my brilliance and to baffle you with my bullshit. I don't talk bullshit in here, okay? There's a lot of people that do, and it upsets me that Deck allows them to do it, okay? I could be a really good storyteller here, and man, I just really think that's going to come back. I could be a guesser. I don't guess, okay? I take what I learned and I apply it, and I give it to you. And that's why when I put these little dots in here, that's where we get to. And sometimes I say, look at that. We waited for this one. We waited over a half hour, and it hit. Because you need to have patience, okay? I love it. What does he say? My buddy. Hold on one second. Okay, this is very, very important. All right, let me just find it real quick. All right. Hold on. Here we go. Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett says, the market is a device for transferring money from the impatient people to patient people, okay? And there is no strategy in here at all that is called hope. Hope is not a strategy, all right? Hope is not a strategy. We must always have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you plan to fail, okay? And that's the reason that more than 80% of the people who stock trade fail in the first year and maybe never come back or more. A small percentage will win big. How do you become that small percentage? It's not by following every move I make. It's not by following every move Deck makes. It's not by following trades that everybody else does. It's learning how to become your own trader. And when you do, it doesn't mean that you don't need this TradeCaster, because if I'm sitting here and you know that I know what I'm doing and I'm giving you alerts that are right 93% or better of the time, then there's no way you can lose if you follow what I'm telling you. Not what I'm trading, what I'm telling you how to. You should know what stock to go into and when. You should be ready. You should be checking your contracts every 15 minutes if you're not in them. If you're not in a contract, okay, you should be able to know how to write your own contract. Here's NVIDIA on top, right? Here's the price, $8.90. $8.80, $8.90. I know that it's an $8.90 call, okay? So if I go here, let's go to the top, and I go dot, NVIDIA. See, look what's popping up already, all right? I'm going to put in today's date, 24 for the year, 03 for the month. The policy, oh, shoot, hold on. Sorry about that. It went off again. 03, and then it's an 08 contract. Ready? 08. And let's say we were going to do a call. I put in a C. See the call coming up? There's the call. Now I need the price. I need $8.90. So watch this. 8.9. Watch what happens. 8.90. 8.90 call. There it is. There's my contract. I just wrote my own contract. And where is it? It should be coming in here. Hold on. And there it is. 8.90. There's my contract. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Where'd it go? 8.90 would be $13. I could go always down. There it is. $13. So I go boom, boom, boom. Let's bring it back one more time. This is the part that sucks. Okay. I can't help it. It's nothing to do with me. It's them. I kind of spread this out. There's my 8.90 call, right? All right. I just want to get rid of this top one. I don't use this. Remove that study. Boom. Okay. Here's my contract. And I told you, whenever I put a contract up, I'm already set. Daytime, pop, 5 contracts. That's what I have. So I could do 5 contracts. So if I do 500 shares times 14, it's going to cost me it's about $700 to do 5 contracts of this. Is that right? Is that right? Wait a second. 500. Yeah, I think it is. 500 times $14.40 is $7,200. I'm sorry. $7,200. Okay. I have a big enough account to do that. All right. So I can do that. All right. I can go in, out all day long as I have more than $2,500 in my account. And I have enough, okay, that I can do, with my margin money too. And over 25,000 in there, I can double up if I want to cost average. Stay away from cost averaging. Don't do that too often. You will win. You'll probably get good at it and win 95% of the time. But that 5% that you lose, you double lose because you doubled up and you'll lose twice as much. It could be more than you made in the entire week. All right. That's just really good advice. Cost averaging is not a smart move all the time. And most of the trading books tell you not to do it. Okay. I don't want to get this excited. So here I wrote my own contract. Oh my God, it's changing directions. So what do? Watch. Go up to the C, make it a P, and now I know it was 8.90, so it's 8. Oh, shoot, I lost the whole thing. Let's see if it comes back. Oh, I hate this. I hate it. I lost it. I can't. I'm not going to get it back. Dot NVDA. Here we go. 240308. I wanted to do a put. And they're back. See, I'm writing my own, and I would do $8.95. See, it's a little expensive. That is expensive. So if I want to go a little further out of the money on the put, I go down like this, and it'll bring up $8.95, $8.90, $8.95. I wanted $8.85 is what I wanted. So $8.85, there we go. $12. See? And there's my put, and I can bring it across. And as long as my dollar sign's here in here, I will find it. I will make it a little bigger. Oh, I lost it. I hate when that happens. And that's why it's better to have them done somewhere else, because then I don't have to go through all this. All right, there we go. I'm going to bring it up a little bit more. Just do it slowly. And I'll get rid of the pink, the purple, remove that study. Boom. And I'm ready with 5 contracts on a put at $8.85. Now, I could say, I don't have $12. So watch this. I just changed that, make it a 0. Now I've gone down to 11. If I want to go that much further out of the money, well, if I'm going to go that much further out of the money, then I better be sure what the delta is, okay? So for right now, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to go back to this. All right. Let's put this over here like that. I hate this. All right, just make it a little bigger. All right, that was my setup from before. I can go to my products now and say, now I can build mine, I can write them, but the one thing I can't know is what my delta is. So if I look in here and I go to NVDA, and there's my NVIDIA, and I'm doing a put, let's say, my delta is 44. It's perfect. All right. And I'm more than 3 times higher in my Zeta, so I'm still good with the time feature. And remember, this is a Friday contract, so I'm good. But if I want to go a little further out, I can go as low as 28. I'm still at $3. 28's not great. Is this contract here? If it starts going down, this contract's going to write faster. This will write even faster. But if I go in here and I'm wrong, I will lose even faster. Here, I'll lose slower. And it gives me a little more time to get out. That's why Deck always goes in over here. He doesn't care if he wins or loses. He makes $3, $4, $5 million a year just on his subscriptions. So he just wants to show you he can trade, and he can. Okay, but trading is not his number one thing. It's running his business. Okay, that's his number one thing. So if he lost 1,000 a day, which he doesn't, 250 days, he loses 250,000 and pulls in 4 million. Come on, let's get smart here, folks. All right. He's teaching you how to trade, and he does a damn good job. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't know what I'm doing. He was my first mentor here. All right, him, AK-47, he's a great trader. Iggy sends out the greatest alerts, and there were a lot more that came. J-Trades came about the same time I did. You know, I came before Taylor Trader. Taylor Trader is not really a moderator. He's more of he throws alerts out, and he's a big trader, but he's made some big mistakes. For the longest time, he was doing great, and then he started making some huge mistakes. But you know what? He can afford to make those mistakes. I can't. Okay, I have $1 million, and he's got himself like $20 million. I don't have that kind of money. All right, I can take this now and activate this down here. Oh, sorry, missed. Hold on. Do that. Activate it. Bring it back. Come on. Here, I can do this. Then I have it like pretty much a day, or at this time of the day. I don't really need it. It's even up. I think we're still headed up at this point. It looks like it's coming down slowly, but we've come up quite a bit from where we were. All right, for the day. If you look, and if you look for the whole day, we were down here, 878. We're at 889. I think we're climbing slowly. By tomorrow, let's see what happens. You know, the news was not bad today. Here's your SPY. I'm going to take these out because when I end my day, I don't want them in there tomorrow. All right, so I'm going to remove them. All right, I will leave all the rest because I will adjust them. This is an ultimate target, which we already hit. I think we're really looking more for that 900. I think we're going to see 900 on NVIDIA within, could be the end of the day today. It could be pre-market tomorrow morning. By the end of this week, I think we might see it. I think we'll see $900. Anybody else disagree with that? Anybody know what SMCI is? Let's take a look at this one. 1135. I think that we're going to see, is that the high? 1163. Hold on. I don't want that one. I hate that button. I need to remove that. There it is. 1169. Well, I think we're going to see 1250 within a week with SMCI at the rate that we're going. Unless something traumatic happens, if we go beat up the Houthis, you know, they just killed 2 of our soldiers. It's about time we kick some ass. All right. So anyway, I got a little bit of an afternoon rush for you guys, and I'm putting it out there for you. You know what? If you got any questions, I can't get Dazzle to talk to me. She doesn't love me anymore. Dazzle, are you here? She's working. I just like to tease her because she's a friend. She's been around a while. There are certain people that follow me from place to place, and you know, we've helped each other in a lot of ways. And she's just one of those people, good people. Out in California, likes to climb the mountains. She's like one of those mountain climbers. So one time she sent a picture of her in the mountains to a bunch of her girlfriends, and she sent it to me by accident. So I've had all these nightmares since I've seen her. Good nightmares. Like, how come I don't run into her in the mountains, you know? I've been dreaming about hiking, and it's like, Dazzle. I'm just kidding. Seriously, I'm married. I'm kidding. She knows I'm kidding. She's good about that. All right. 2:55 in the afternoon. I've been here since 8:30 this morning. Live streaming since 1:45 about 8:30 this morning. I know it changed in there because when I refresh. But I think I'm going to call it a day. I'm not doing any what we call, you know, when you're doing options, you need to give yourself a break. Unless you really know what you're doing, I think Power Hour is an hour to stay away from it. But we are almost at Power Hour in 4 more minutes. 3 o'clock starts Power Hour. I want to thank everybody again. I am the Active Trader. This is my world. I want to thank you and you and you for coming in today and being a part of that. And for those of you hanging out, there's only 4 left right now. I don't know why. Because they're all here. The truth is, I'm live, and there's only 4 people in YouTube. That means everybody here pretty much is 125 people watching right now in Tradecaster. That's fantastic. That's good. That's good. There were a lot of people in there earlier. But that's it. 256. I've had enough. I didn't even have lunch. Feeling good. I feel good. I took those ibuprofen. I should have taken them earlier, and I'm feeling so much better. As long as my back don't hurt, I don't mind being here with most of you. You know, some of you, you won't even talk to me. All right, raise your hand if you want me to come back tomorrow. I can't see you. How about it, Pete? Miguel's here. Manny. I could call out all the names. G. Wright. If G. Wright would talk, I would make him a moderator. Fund manager, same thing. I just don't see these guys anymore, you know? They don't talk to me. I wish there was more interactive activity between the room here like you do with Deck's room, or, you know, some people just never talk, you know. Rambo, he talks all the time, but he won't talk to me on the phone. I know where he lives. I know his little sister. I know everything about him. But he don't talk on the phone. Some people are just very shy. I don't know why, but they are. All right, here's another pullback. It doesn't mean anything, but here's your pullback. I want to see if we can hold that 886. Let's go for 885.50 right now. 885.50 right there, and there your VWAP. So we're going to go for the VWAP. That's pretty low. It's just pulling back. Everything's pulling back. Well, if you're new and you're new to options, don't trade options after 3 o'clock. You don't know what you're doing. Don't do it. Just wait. There are certain times. Don't trade when the date just opens. Don't trade. Just wait. You have plenty of time to make a plan to trade 5, 6, 8 times, depending on how much. And one of these days, if you want, I'll go over. If you have X amount of dollars in your account, how we divide it up, what stocks you should trade, and stay away from low price stocks that might make you money on paper, but you may never get out of them. And I can teach you why you can't get out of them. And that's about it. It's been a great day. 2:58 in the afternoon. I cannot believe it. I have been here since I took about a half hour off lunchtime, but I've been here 8, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 2:30, 6.5 hours. That is 6.5 hours. About 6 hours of real live streaming. That's amazing. You know, you never know what you can do until you do it. But right now, I got to go to my shrimp boat. Lieutenant Dang, is that you? I just love that movie when he jumps off the boat and the boat's in the background going round and round and round and round. I just love that. Okay, so let's just take this off and put lower support. Lower support, all right, is that. Actually, that's not even right. Why does that say that? That should say not support. It should just say support. Not lower, just support. Support and resistance. There you go. I was doing little things with other supports, like a lower support, a support, and there it is. Thank you, Adrian. Lieutenant Dang! That guy right there, you know who he reminds me of? Don't beat me up, okay? I'm just a messenger. He reminds me of J-Trades. I mean, different color skin, but that don't matter. That's J-Trades. Oh my gosh. I tell him all the time. Lieutenant Dang, I always goof on him. I go in his room. That's so cool. You got the one with the boat in the background where he already jumped off? I love that movie. One of my favorites. You see the boat going around. There is a gaff for that one. I have it saved somewhere. So, very cool. Adrian, give me a call, man. Spend 5 minutes on the phone and tell everybody just to be quiet and hold on. The place will run without you. Promise. All right, guys, 3 o'clock. I'm done. Have a great rest of your day. As I always write, have a great rest of your day. And I will see you all tomorrow. Oops. Tomorrow. All right. I'll see you then. Take care, guys. Don't forget to leave me a note if you need to talk to me. I'll put the alerts back in tomorrow morning. All right? Take it easy, and thanks for coming.